Here comes the boy. Give the boy a moment. My tea's not done. Alrighty, my tea's done. Hang on, I need to set things up. I'm setting things up. Hang on. You're gonna hear me from far away. No one panic. It's okay. It'll be okay, I promise. I'm here. I'm right here. I need to fix the audio a little bit. Hang on. Everybody hang on. Now here comes the boy. Finally. I think I fixed the audio a little bit. Give it a second. Just a moment. Let me lower that. Yeah. There it is. There we go. There we are. That's not so bad. Yeah. Let's go, boys. I realized pretty late that I did set the time wrong. Like an idiot. Okay, so I set a timer because I do need to start stretching or I'm gonna die. My shoulder been killing me. And here we go. Let's hope for the chat to be okay. And chat's okay, I think. Yay! Okay. Well, I seem to be on my own, but that's okay. We take it easy today because I have a lot of commissions to finish, but that's okay. I've had a couple of days to recoup, right? I've been in a weird place in the sense of like, just in general, my health. But, it did, Maudi, it did snow. Let me do my intro. And I'll be right there. But yes, hello everyone, welcome. Here he is, the boy. Good evening. It is I, your second or third favorite alien. Welcome to my ship. Pera! Like the fruit. And like the fruit, I'm full of vitamins and minerals. And unlike the fruit, I reused this intro because I couldn't think of anything today. I hope everyone's doing good. I hope everyone's doing good tonight, and if you're not, I hope this tiny little guy can at least cheer you up for a little bit. And if not, I'm doing my best. But yeah, dig, like, global warming who? Like, it never snows here. Like, never. That's just not a thing that happens here. It just doesn't happen here. But it snowed in one of the cities in, like, in my country. I think, listen. If it doesn't snow in Montevideo, it's not as apocalyptic, I don't think. But yeah, that explains why it's so cold. I'm freezing to death. It's really, really cold, dude. It's so cold. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. We're not... It's not even funny, dude. It's really cold. Mauri, you're the only one here. I need your assistance. How do you hear me? Because I touched up my audio setup a little bit. And I have no way to know how it's working. I have only you to tell me, friend. So tell me, how do I sound? Normal? Bad? Good? Quiet? Loud? Little? Do I sound tiny? Apparent temperature is 2°C and it's only evening. Right? It's really cold. Do you want to know what I'm wearing? I'm wearing what is basically a huge blanket. But it's like a snuggie, but it's like a dress, but it's like plush. It's very warm. It's very warm and cozy, but God, I have 2 pairs of socks on, and my doggy now has a little coat for him. So yeah, luckily, like, thanks, Adam. Yeah, you sound normal. Okay, thanks, guys. I'm glad. But yeah, God, it's cold. I got really, really warm tea here with me to keep me warm during tonight. It's really warm, so I haven't been able to even taste it yet. I think it's over sipping, over brewing, over blizzing. Like, it's gonna taste bad when I take it, but like, that's not... I'm taking it to not freeze to death. That's why I'm taking it. No other reason. Ah, Christ, hang on, my head... My headphones got tangled up on everything else. Hang on. Everybody hang out. Everybody hang on. There we go. Jesus. Well, yeah, my headset got, like, tangled between all of my warm clothes. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing good tonight. And yeah, I hope wherever you are, the weather is not acting absolutely crazy like it is here. And I hope you're not freezing to death. If you are freezing to death, I'm so sorry. It's just so cold, I can't think good. That's my excuse today, I can never think good, but you know, you know how it is. Let me get ready. Let me get into something more comfortable. Hang on. Let me get out of my prison here. Let me get out of this prison. Let me get my little... No, that's not it. There we go. Let me get that. And let me get a little tinier. Just a smidge, not too much. Just tiny enough, right? There we go. No clown music! I'm melting. I mean, I'm so sorry. It's probably really hot over there, huh? That sucks. That really sucks. I can't do clown music right now, Louis. I'm fighting for my life. Hang on. Where is it? Where am I? There I is. Yay! Okay, I fixed it. Here I am. Ready to draw. Ready to do. Ready to die. Louis, I promise you next time I'll do clown music. Not today. I can't today. I can't. I just can't. No, you know what? You know what I can't do? I'm not gonna play it on my computer, okay? I'm not gonna play it on my computer, but here's on my phone for you, Louis. Just for you. Okay, that's enough. That's good enough. God damn it. Lo que hago por amor. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening. As I was saying, as I said in my intro, it's me. Your second or third favorite alien. I didn't write my usual witty little thing today because I was running a little late and I didn't want to run late. So I just reused an old one, and you know what? Like, it's a chill Monday stream. I think I deserve a little bit of grace on that. I can't think of like a billion things to compare myself to a fruit. I mean, maybe I can't, but like, you know what I mean. It's hard. I can do it every time. But yeah, let's get to this warm up so we can get working. Be right back. Enjoy your pizza, Louis. But yeah, let's make a little winter. Let's make a little winter pera to celebrate the occasion. Can you guys hear el campanario of the church? No, I don't think you can. No, it's too far away. But it's really funny. It's really funny every time it sounds. It's like, I'm used to hearing it, but then I was like, wait a minute. A lot of people probably don't fucking know what the hell that is. There's a church very close to my house. Not to dox myself, but there is a church pretty close to my house, and like it's really funny to hear the little bells on it every now and then. It's kind of funny. I've been really into like those like kind of pupil lids, pupil eyes kind of thing. I think it's cute and funny. So I've been doing that with Pera because Pera is like extremely cartoony. Eventually, the music is a bit low on my end. Oh, my bad. I forgot. I forgot to turn it back up. Whoops. My bad. My bad. My bad. I forgot. I was too busy doing that little favor for Louis. I was too busy being a good host in my little ship. Thanks everyone for coming to my ship. Take off your shoes, please. Don't bring dirt. Oh wait, I think, yeah, I remember now. I gave Beta like those like ear mufflies. So like, you know, so like his little antenna could like still show up a little bit. Also, something that I always wanted to do, if I'm ever able to get my hands finally on some spikies, I'll definitely get them, but like something I've always wanted to do was to put spikies on like a headband or a beanie or something. That is something that I really want to do. It's too cold. I ain't taking my dang shoes. Don't worry. I have alien slippers for you. I have alien slippers for you to like put in when you get into my ship. So no worries. Show feet. Show feet, king. How's the music now? How's the music now, Addy? Mostly asking because, like, yeah, I totally forgot to, like, put it back on. My bad again. Whoops. But, like, yeah, hopefully now you can hear it. If not, like, I'll set up a little louder. It's okay. Oh, wait, I forgot to close. Hang on. I forgot to close a couple programs there, whether or not I have a lot of stuff running when I'm doing this. For obvious reasons. For obvious reasons. Because I'm very smart. A bit low, I think. Dang. How about now? Wait, no, I have a better way to do this. I'll do that. I'll do this. And that should help, I think? Maybe? That should help, I think, maybe? Yeah. I mean, I'll let you guys tell me. Oh, man. I'm actually so flabbergasted with everything I've been doing right now that I'm actually a little warm with how, like, with how much how many codes, with how much layering I did to not freeze to death. So I'm a little too warm actually. So I'm gonna have to like take some, like, I'm gonna have to take my my little hat off and like I'm not taking off the little blanket. But I think I might, at least for a little bit. There we go. The temperature in Pera's planet is a consistent 21 degrees every day and every night. I don't belong here, that's why I hate every season. But hey, what you gonna do? I'm gonna give him like really big shoulder pads. Like leather jacket shoulder pads. Yeah, stuff. Hellish planet. No, 21 degrees is okay. Shut up. 21 degrees is it's a good one. It's a good temp. It's a good temperature. Who the hell is talking to me? Stop it! Oh. But yeah. That's just my friends being supportive and I appreciate it, but also shut up! I should listen. If I were a stronger man, I would mute my phone. But I'm not and I'm afraid. What if there's an emergency? I need to have my phone on. But also it's really funny to me that everyone just decides to speak to me when I'm streaming. Would you fight one adult-sized baby or 10 baby-sized adults? Hi Gaston, by the way. That's a good question, actually. It depends. What kind of adult-sized baby? Like, in the sense of, like, what do you consider adult size? Am I adult size? Like, an average of, like, let's say 160, 165 meters. I'm 170, but like, you know, like averaging, like we're doing that kind of tall baby. Also, how you handling the cold, dude? The baby is obviously the answer. No, obviously, like 100 baby-sized adults, they could like work together, and I get that, and I agree with you, Maudi. Like you could probably trick an adult-sized baby for sure. My question was more just my ADHD wondering here, like, what are the rules? Also, what constitutes to me winning the fight? Is it a fight to the death, or is it like a sport fight? Being a sport fight, I don't think a baby can follow rules. So I think it would be a fight to the death. Would it not? I have an AC on, and I fear the bill. Oh, yeah. See, that's why I don't do that. Not because I don't have an AC. I have alien bills to pay. No, I do have a fireplace, so. Which doesn't help as much as you'd think in a stupid big ass house like it is my stupid big ass house. It doesn't help that good. Has anyone, I know Adam saw it, but has anyone seen the newer amazing digital circus? Because I'm very into it. I think it was very good. I had a lot of fun. Oh, good. Yeah, I think that looks good. Yeah. El Jackson Porteño. No way! It was the first episode I truly enjoyed. I like them all. I really liked the fast food one. I think that one was a good one too. And I love the pilot, and I love the Gummy Goo episode. I love them all, but I do like the Gummy Goo episode. Not because it is particularly better or worse than the other two, but more because I was a little worried about the show at that point, in the sense of like, there's so many shows that are so like that are so unapologetically, like, not even unapologetically, like almost apologetically true extreme through Russia. Oh, that's so funny! That's so funny! That's so funny. That's so funny! That's so funny. I'm so glad the Uruguayan representation I need! Good! Good for them. I didn't know that they did that in the dub. I don't watch the dub. I don't watch the dub, but like, yeah. What was I saying? I was saying words. Words are coming out. Oh, right, where I like the Gummy Goo episode. I was a little worried that it was gonna be another very cynical show. Just like, you know, torture porn for the characters, and we're not supposed, like, and it was gonna punish you for caring. Rick and Morty core. Where it's like, aha, you cared about the characters? Idiot. You cared about the characters we made you care about? Dumbass. Like, that bothers me. And I thought it was gonna be a little like that, so I was a little worried, even though I was enjoying the show. I was a little worried it was gonna go there. And when they killed Gummy Goo, but immediately they followed it up by a very like tender scene. It gained my trust. I was like, okay, you're very earnest and very sincere, and I enjoy that. And you know what? That's why I like that episode, because it really showed me like what the themes are in general. The least by a pretty wide margin. I'll send you the link via other means, because I can't do it here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't, oh, let me crank up the, by the way, let me crank up the ambience noises. So, there we go, a little storm. Because both is winning. So let me crank up the ambience noises. I put a little timer because I need to start stretching because my shoulder is goddamn killing me. And they didn't find anything that day that I got robbed. So I probably just need to stretch and like deal with that. Like an adult, like a human person, and I don't want to. Why can't I access my eraser by turning around my pencil? Why are you doing this to me? And on stream, do you like embarrassing me in public? MYPAINT? Is that it? Ma'am. But yeah. You got robbed? Oh yeah, you weren't there for that one. I did ish. I didn't get robbed. I almost got robbed. You weren't there for that one. It's in my Hello Kitty Island adventure video. I went to get a ultrasound on my shoulder to check that everything was okay. It was probably okay. Like, I was sure that it was just tendonitis or some shit. They didn't find anything, so it's probably like tendonitis, I guess. I would have to ask the doctor if tendonitis show or doesn't show on like the thing. But like, yeah, I was waiting. I was like on my way to like the stuff happened. I had to go to another hospital because they didn't have the person there because reasons. And due to that, I don't know, some goddamn children just tried to like take my phone. Like some teens, some youths just tried to take my phone. They were like very like stupid about it too. But like, I made a ruckus and like people paid attention to me, so like nothing bad happened because they left. I also kicked one of them in the chest because like he tried to like feel my coat for my phone when I said like, you know what, I don't have a phone, leave me the fuck alone. He was like, see, this is the phone, you do have a phone, and like bapped me, right? And that like my first instinct when someone touches me is to kick them. So I did kick him, and which was a good thing because that also like exacerbated the ruckus, which made people like look around and be like, whoa, what the hell's happening? And yeah. So like, yeah. And they just went away after that. They were like, no, we're not doing anything, you know, stuff like that. Well, yeah, everything turned out okay, luckily. Like, I didn't like, they didn't get my phone, and like, it was more scary than anything, I keep saying this. It was just, like, dumber than anything. But like, yeah, luckily they didn't get me phone, and they didn't hurt me. But like, yeah, I was running late to my thing, and then they called me, and I was like, they just tried to mug me. I'll be right there, like, I'm taking a Uber. And they were like, oh my god, you okay? And when I got there, they were like, oh my god. They were really nice about it, like, luckily. So like, I wasn't too rattled I mean, I was extremely rattled, don't get me wrong, but like it was nice having people, like getting to a place and having people who were kind to me about it. Like they weren't angry that I was late or whatever. Because they called me and they were like, "Oh, you're the only person we're waiting for. Like, are you on your way?" And that's when I said like, "Yeah, I got bugged." And they were like, "What the fuck?" So like, yeah, they didn't give me a hard time about it, like about being late, and I appreciate that because it was kind of their fault, considering they gave me the wrong like address and time. But like, like at least. Like, I mean, it wasn't their fault. It wasn't the fault of like the doctor that helped me. That it wasn't his fault or like his assistant's fault. Like they were just there. That's not their fault. They're they're not in charge of that. But like, yeah. I don't know. I had fun. After. Not at the time. At the time it was really scary. But after that I just got home and played some Hello Kitty Island Adventure. But yeah. Apparently but yeah. Good news! I don't have anything on my shoulder. Nothing wrong, right? There's nothing wrong in my shoulder. It just hurt, and it's probably from like, probably tendonitis, shit like that. Nothing crazier than that. And yeah, I did like the fast food episode because like, I don't know, I think again it gave me that feeling of like, this is about the characters' relationships to each other, and that is important to me. I thought that was nice. Like, I appreciated that. Again, with how cynical so many like shows are nowadays, and I don't mean cynical in like I mean cynical in like a smug way, in like a, oh, you thought we cared, we don't actually. I don't know, I like having something that is a little emotionally earnest. I think it's nice, like I appreciate it. Damn, SpongeBob boy. It is what it is. Like, again, it was a while ago now. And oh, there's my stretch. There's my stretching. My stretching notice. Yeah, there it is. Here we go. To stretch. Ow. 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 I'm an old man. Ow. Someone should make joints that don't hurt. God, okay. Did my stretchies. Meow, 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 meow. Ah! Meow, meow, meow. Fucked it up. But yeah, love that episode. Love the newer episode. It was very, very cool. I like knowing more about the characters, and I also like how they kind of tease us with like whatever the fuck Jack's like deal is. And in my opinion, what I'm perceiving, it's basically that both Ragatha and Jax probably feel like they have absolutely messed up their own relationships to the others, and that they cannot improve them, like both of them in their own way and with each other, and they probably see Popney as a blank slate to like, to start over on that. I think that's kind of what's like being implied, in the sense of like, like finally a person that has no no real opinion of me, that doesn't know me that well. Like, I can be better with them and have someone who I can have like a meaningful connection with. I think that's kind of what it's going with, and both, you know, Jax and Ragata have different ways of doing that. You know what? I enjoy it. I enjoy how they're kind of like foils to each other. I think that's neat. I like that. I think that's neat. Like, two sides of the same coin. They're both very dishonest and like coping bad, but in different ways. You know what? I like that. Can't say I don't. In fact, after this, my second warm-up is probably gonna be Jackson like the maid outfit because I can. God gave me free will. God gave me free will for this exact reason. He came to me in a dream and was like, my child, nothing I've done before matters. I need you to do this. This is the reason I made you. And you know what? Who am I? Who am I to deny the Almighty? But yeah. Pero es argentino? I guess. Who cares? Doesn't mean he can't wear a maid outfit. Are you dumb? The boots. My little man, look at him. So cozy and warm. In the midst of winter. Evil Argentina. A Knuckles. With Dante. How's that with Dante from like Devil May Cry? Is that how that works? But yeah. But yeah, I'm into it, Ah! Maybe I should choose actually like a darker paper. Featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. That's what I was alluding to. Thank you, Mauri. Thank you. Let's pick a bit of a darker. That's not darker. Let's pick a bit of a darker paper. The pier. No. No. That's the one I was using. Do I not have any like darker paper? I mean, yeah, I have like this like cardboard like backgrounds, but like, no, that's gross and weird. I don't like it. I think that's actually the darker paper I have. Dang. Or this, I guess. I think that is a little darker. It's not darker, it's like just more muted. I'll go with this one, why not? But yeah, I'm very excited. I'm just very excited about the next amazing digitals. The little digital boys in the circus. I'm just very excited about it. like, I get everything in quotation mark. Like, I get the characters to an extent, right? Like, I see the plan, I see the picture. I am terribly worried about Kane. Not for any particular theory or anything, it's just like the fact that he's trying to babysit, like, humans to the best of his abilities, which is not great. And I feel so bad for that man. I just want him to take a break, but he can't. I just want him to be okay. I just care so much about that goober teeth man. I just care about him so much. I feel so bad for him, but also Subul is so funny. Subul is so funny, I love him. Subul is such a funny little guy. They are so fun. Or is there some reason my Zoom wasn't working? I had to like mess around with it. Anywho. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really into it. I was thinking something I did want to talk about for a little while now. Unrelated, or maybe vaguely related, I guess. Maybe not. It depends on what you consider related, but like, I do want to talk about some media stuff. Because like, something that's been bothering me a little bit, a smidge, just a smidge, but something that's been bothering me a little bit. It's like, how we are no longer, in general, allowing symbolism as much as we did before. Like, everything needs to be spelled out and everything needs to be literal. And it kind of bothers me because I think the internet did this to an extent, in the sense of like, by taking everything literally, they kind of just like made it this weird binary situation where like things are either fully literal or they are not. Or they're symbolism. They can't be both in their heads. And that is just a disservice to, I think, any message that you're trying to tell. Like any story that you're trying to tell, because you can do both. Things can be both symbolic and literal. Things can be like representative at the same time, like being literally of what is happening in the story. And I don't know, it's been bothering me. The lack of like, I hate to sound like a fucking boomer, but like the lack of media literacy that we're seeing in our youths. Not necessarily. Here's where I have to say though, not just our youths. I've met so many 40-year-olds lately who don't fucking know jack shit about anything, and they talk so confidently about media, and it bothers me so much. Like, I don't know, it bothers me. It really bothers me. You can also do neither. Yeah, I mean, yes and no, I guess, because you personally can make things in quotation marks mean nothing, but people are going to interpret things from your work. Like, that is not something you can control. So like, to an extent, those things are there, whether you like to or not. Like, it kind of stops being yours, right? Like, people are going to interpret it like with their own biases and experiences, and I enjoy that actually. Like, I think it's good. I think it's good because it makes the thing a lot more. Just by watching it, it makes it a lot more layered and fun. Maybe not fun, but you know what I mean, like more. It makes it beefier to an extent. But like, I get what you mean, like. And here's the thing, I wish we could like just kind of get off the sort of like no hate, no beef to Matric Patio, but like I think that kind of fucked us up a little bit too, just a smidge. And by what I mean by that is like the very literal way that he chose to like interpret everything that he ever touched to a bunch of kids who had never even read a story in their fucking lives. It's not his fault, but it didn't help. And now like, I don't know. And listen, I love like when people theorize about shows and stuff, and I love that. I really do truly enjoy that. But I do think that sometimes like they kind of want to replace any other reading from a show or from a piece of art with that sort of like mentality, and it's been bothering me a little bit. Again, no hate to Patrick Matthew, to Matrick Patio. No hate to him. I respect his little gig, as long as it lasted. But I don't know. Like I think in general, just as we've needed things to be more and more like just literal. Not we as a society, the society we live in a society. I wish I could explain it a little bit more like, I wish I could be better at explaining that. Like, I would have to really sit down with it. But I know I'm not the only one that feels that way about things. Like, I've had, I don't know. It's just, I feel people no longer take things at face value. Like, if I have to give a silly little example, just the fact that, I don't know, the whole idea of like, why doesn't Superman or Batman kill? And I'm over here like it's part of the narrative. Like, it's a big part of it. It's just a big part of it, right? I don't know. It's kind of annoying, honestly, when people like get in that weird mental place of like not engaging earnestly with like the art they enjoy. And again, I think it's just due to a lot of like in general, I don't want to say like internet community things, but like it's kind of that. It's kind of that in the sense of like just the way we've seen people interact with like media and like art, right? And it's kind of hard for us to like engage with it differently now that has been like the main way to enjoy it. Just kind of like junk food. There's something just so a little empty about those discussions at this point. They feel like discussions to rattle someone more than to actually say something. Because a lot of the things are already... They should keep Superman as super gun. You know what? I'm not opposed to that. Isn't like the... I would say that the thing that he uses to send people to the Phantom Zone might be that. I think that could count like that, right? that could definitely count like that. But like, yeah. Just in general, you know? I feel like people try to engage in those discussions not so much out of like an earnest want to discuss it, but more like trying to look for a gotcha. And it bothers me. It just bothers me a little bit. Like, oh, this wouldn't have happened if Batman killed the Joker. I'm over here like... I don't know, it also feels... I don't know, I'm sorry. It also doesn't it feel a little like victim blamey? Like, oh, it's the fault of the victims? Because, like it or not, like, Batman is a little bit of a... like, is as much of a victim of the Joker as anyone else. So like, excusey? What do you mean? It feels a little victim blamey every time. It's complicated, for sure. To like articulate properly, I think. To articulate in a way that I can just like properly explain my point. I'm not the best at like out of top of my head arguing my points. That's just not what this brain does. But I can definitely talk about it. And here's the thing. Again, I don't know. It just feels intellectually dishonest a lot of times when those kind of discussions happen. Like the whole Stockholm syndrome with like the Beauty and the Beast, the amount of people that are like, why doesn't like Marge break up with like Homer or whatever the fuck, and I'm over here like, because like they clarified, I don't know recently, I don't care, because I haven't watched The Simpsons modern in a hot second, not for any particular reason, like I don't know how they're handling that now, but like I remember like a lot of times they do acknowledge that and they do come back to the same place. They just kind of work with each other, even if like, you know, it's not always good, like it's just how they kind of work with each other. And you know what, like, okay, like I feel like it's a dishonest, and I think it's engaging dishonestly with the media, like to be so combative about things that I think are a lot of times well explained. Not always. A lot of times the explanations they come up with are not good. They're just not great. And at that point I think it's like you're trying to figure out like the kind of story they're trying to tell more than like how they tell it, and if it was a good way to tell said story. Mark kills it. Okay, concept. She can. See, I don't see anything morally wrong with that. She would. Like, I don't see anything disingenuous about that in the sense of like, it wouldn't change much. I don't think. You know? Like, what would it actually change? Like, of Marge as a character. I don't think it would change that much. We're talking about, like, one of my favorite gags is, like, when Homer, I'm gonna like repeat it, like retranslate it from Spanish because like I don't know how that scene goes in English and I honestly don't care. But like that scene where Homer's like, do me a favor when he's about to go into surgery and he's like, if I die, blow up the hospital. And Marge is like, I mean, I said I would. Yes. So I think she would. I don't know how many qualms she would have with that, you know? Like, yeah. I don't know, it's hard to articulate, but I do feel like a lot of people are not having like an honest discussion when they engage with media a lot of the time. And I'm not talking about like, okay, if you know a part of this like piece of art is a problem, like a consistent problem, like something that is done, something that you can tell it's not done like super well. Like for example I keep coming back every time I talk about something, like the fact that goddamn Spider-Man, like the newest Spider-Man show every 45 seconds is like, but remember Avengers? And it drives me a little insane. Like I'm trying to watch Spider-Man. Stop talking to me about the Avengers. It's a different one. Leave me alone. But like, yeah. But like, yeah, when you see problems like that, and you're acknowledging them, like, in how they interact with every other part of the story, which to me is a little distracting, but you know what, like, it could not be for someone else. I don't mind a show being a little cheeky and being like, huh, remember? But it was every 5 minutes! Like, yeah, I got it. Move! Move on! But like, yeah. That's something that bothers me. Like, and again, you can engage with criticism like that, like from a place of like honesty of what bothers you, and not so much like, I don't know, just saying like, oh, again, why did Superman kill this guy, or was it mostly Batman? Batman gets the most flack for that, for like not killing the Joker. It's like, come on, dude. It's kind of why I have problems with Injustice. It's a very specific problem that I have with Injustice. In the sense of like, when I'm not saying it's fully out of character for like Superman to kill the Joker after like he did that to him, right? But I feel like we've already explored this. We already explored it in like the Killing Joke, like in the comic. Like the thing is like, basically the idea is like, hey, so the Joker's wrong. You can't break a person so much that like they become a bad person. Like that's not like, because he does that to try to justify his own actions, right? Like in the Killing Joke, he's like, I'm gonna show you why I'm such a piece of shit. Like if I do this to you, then you are also gonna be a piece of shit, right? That's kind of like the whole point of that, right? And the point of the story is like, no, hey, he wrong though. Like, his own actions are his, and he's a piece of shit. So like, yeah. And I don't know, I feel like that was part of it. And you could make a story where like Superman completely fucking like it's done. It's fully done with that because he feels like there's nothing else for him, and like he doesn't care anymore, and he rather like he rather control everything with a fist, with an iron fist, than like just go get therapy or whatever. Like you can definitely make that story. I think what bothered me is like at least in some of the comics or even in like the animated bits, what makes Superman just get a little less like mean is when I don't know. I think he meets like a maybe I'm misremembering. It's been a while, but like I think he meets like doesn't he meet like a Lois Lane from another dimension whose Superman died, and that's what like and whatever, and that's what he like that's what makes him go like oh right, I remember I love this person, so like I'll stop being a piece of shit, something like that. I think it's something like that. I could be wrong, don't remember it that well, but like remember it good enough, I think. And I don't know, I think it would have been a lot more powerful for him to meet another Superman who had something similar happen to him, but he didn't become a piece of shit. Like in a similar way, because they kind of tried to do the same thing they did with the Killing Joke, in the sense of like, hey, Superman, this is not justified. Your actions are not justified just because you're hurt. Like the shitty things you're doing, like, are not okay just because like you have good intentions and you're hurt, right? Like, to me that would have been a much more powerful message than like, alright, I used to love my girlfriend, and you're my girlfriend from another dimension, so I'll be nice. Like, I don't know, I don't know. I could be wrong. Just my onion, just my opinion. I don't know what his maid outfit looked. I just know he had like the little heart like bit. I do remember that. How could I forget? But like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird whenever writers, especially, try to acknowledge those bad faith complaints. It doesn't feel like a productive conversation. It doesn't feel like, oh, I acknowledge your, like, the issues you have with your, like, with our story, but like to an extent, like, we have a point, and we, maybe we don't have a point, but like we have an idea of something we have. Multiverses are like my biggest peeve, big hater. Same. I think they're fun. But people have been getting out of control with them. Calm down. Like, it's fun, whatever, but I don't know. That's a big one for me. I don't know. It's a complicated one for me. Because I think you can do it well. I think it's one of those things that you can definitely do okay. But that lately it's more like a checkbox to like just check, more than like a fun idea that you want to use. You know what I mean, Modi? Like, doesn't it feel like they're trying to like, like a bingo card? like, I don't mind the idea of, like, alternative universes and whatever's and multiverses and stuff. Like, I don't hate it. I wish every single fucking Marvel and DC story wasn't about that anymore. Like, leave me alone! It's just that Akira, like, scene, like, leave me alone! It's just starting to feel like that. Again, I wish I was better articulating, like, my points. It's just something that I think about, and it's hard without any prompting to properly discuss this kind of, like, very nuanced stuff. But I don't know, again, I wish, like, people just, like, approached art with a bit of like a good faith. Like, even if it's art you dislike, and trust me, I've been a hater, I get it. But I've grown a bit into, instead of, like, fully despising something, even if I don't get it, to, like, try to see, like, what is it that people like. I knew that luckier choices would be funnier, like Sonic Racing. Yeah, but that is more like, yeah, that's more corporate. That is for sure more corporate stuff. But that is more like a, also like a corporate stunt. That's more like that. But it's also like, it's a racing game. Like, the stakes are not super high. I'm talking like, what every single thing needs to be like. Needs to be like acknowledged through like the fucking multiverse, and so like it's almost like the stakes in your show don't matter, but also they do, but also they don't. I don't know, it's very complicated. It's very, again, it's a little nuanced. "2014. The Spider-Verse movies are built through that premise, right? That's what the Spider-Verse is. That's the point. Like, from the beginning, that's kind of like the point. So like, as far as like that is a little annoying still, like, I'm okay with that, because that's where the premise has been, like, you know, that's how it is. That's like the beginning of it, in the sense of like, not the beginning of it, of the concept. That's what they're doing with it. Like, they started that concept with the idea of like, okay, this has to do with multiverses. Again, a little bit like Rick and Morty. Multiverses don't fucking bother me in Rick and Morty, because that's just the whole premise to an extent. So I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, regardless of my feelings to it, like, it's built on that premise. My bigger problem is when a show that obviously doesn't have anything to do with that, except like maybe like wink wink, having fun, guys, starts like trying to incorporate it just because, again, like a checklist, that does bother me a little bit. It does stress me out. Like, I don't know, and like, it feels disingenuous when it's done in a way that just feels like we're only doing this because it's profitable and not because it's part of our story, right? Like, as much as, like, you know, every single piece of art is tainted with that, to an extent. Like, it's like, to me, I don't remember what his maid outfit exactly looked like, so I'm just gonna, I do remember the little heart window. The boob window that he had, which is very funny. I do remember that. Maybe just like that. Yeah. anything, yeah. No Way Home. No Way Home bothers me so much. I think I've said this before, but it bothers me so much that it took away, like, they took away the whole, like, they keep doing it too. And listen, I don't mind you, like, giving me different interpretations of how a character came to be. That's okay, that's fine, you know, like, so whatever. It's whatever. But, like, you can't pretend that everything's the same when a fundamental part of your character didn't happen. It bothers me a little bit, because, like, and I take this mostly from the fucking movie, too, but, like, the whole idea that I love that. The idea that, like, with great power comes great responsibility, right? That whole little spiel that Uncle Spider-Man said, right? Part of that, like, when that happens, it happens because, like, Peter could have stopped something, and because he didn't, he fucking, like, something bad happened, right? So basically, it's implying, like, if you can do something, and the more power you can, the more you can do, then it's your responsibility, your obligation to do something. And that puts a lot of pressure, and it's a right thing to do, but also that puts a lot of pressure on like, Peter, that just experienced not doing everything he could to stop something, like, that he knew was wrong. And, like, am I okay with that it was like a petty theft that he didn't stop? No, fuck it. But, like, you know what I mean. Like, the concept. The concept to me is good. It makes sense. But, like, then they just took him. They took that from him. He's no longer responsible a lot of the times for his uncle's death, which I think takes a lot away from him as a character. And, like, he's no longer, like, he's no longer doing it because of that. He's just a good kid or whatever, and I'm okay with that. But, like, they treat everything as if it's working the same, right? Part of the reason why, like, you feel that, like, Peter, like, does so much for his aunt, it's because he loves her, of course, but you have to understand, like, there's probably a lot of guilt there, right? Surely Alien TV doesn't have any multiple stuff, right? Yeah, shut up. But, like, you have to understand, right? Like, that is, like, a big part of his character. Like, you're taking that from him. You're taking that from him to just being, like, a good kid that just likes his aunt and appreciates that you know, that she's his caretaker. Okay, cool. But part of the reason why he, like, works so hard, it's because he feels like it's his fault that her husband died. And I think that's a big deal. That's a big part of his character. And, like, I don't know, it's a disservice to his character to, like, round up his edges like that. It bothers me. It bothers me. It bothers me more than a little bit. Like, if you're gonna do that, like, make him have a different relationship with his Aunt May. If he wasn't responsible for his uncle's death, make him have, like, you know, a different relationship with powers. It's like, you know, that sort of thing. Sure, whatever. And they try to do it. They try to do it to an extent, but they never fully commit. They don't commit. And it bothers me so much when, I guess, spoilers for Far From Home or whatever the fuck. Spoilers, I guess. In that movie, Aunt May dies and says the line. He says the line, Bart. He says, like, she says the line, Bart. She says, like, with great power comes great responsibility. And I'm like, it's a little late for that, no? Like, are we... We've been in these movies for, like, a couple years now. Like, I think this is a weird lesson to teach him now. a bit farther along in his like character development or whatever. Like we've had like a couple movies by now. What? And he never had a problem with that before, except now apparently like he needs to hear that. He didn't need it before, but now he needs to hear it, because if he doesn't, I don't fucking know. It stresses me out a way. Oh, my video's buffering. How long has that been happening? Is it buffering for you guys, or is it just my internet that's disgusting? Is it buffering for you guys? Or again, is it just me? Is it my internet that's gross? But yeah, listen. That's my smoke grenade. I'm running away. I don't want to be a snob about art. Never. I never want to be a snob about art, but I do take it seriously. I do have things to say about it. And it doesn't bother me that there are different decisions. It bothers me when those decisions are not done for any other reason than to make things a little bit different. And I'm sorry, but it does feel like not letting Peter be, to an extent, responsible for the death of his uncle, or like at least feel like it was his fault. Personally, I don't think it was, even if like he did the whole thing, because like again, it's a little victim blamey. But I understand why you would feel like it is your fault. Like, and a lot of people would probably think it is your fault. Like, I do get that. And I think it's a disservice to his character to take that away from him. Because I think that guilt is a big, like, motivator for him. And if you don't have guilt as a motivator for him, then you need another motivator for his character to be the way it is. But they don't give us any other. It's just like, he's a good kid, I guess. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That's it! That's all they do! That's all they do with him now. And it makes me sad. It makes me sad. I want more nuance. I want a character that like fucks up. Oh no, wait, his eyes are yellow. I fully forgot. Fully forgot that his eyes are yellow. Completely forgot. Fake Jax fan. The multiverse stuff is making me worried about the new one having Punisher from Netflix Daredevil. I don't know. See, I feel so complicated about that, because the first run of Daredevil I did like. I did like it, and I did like when they, because that's not so much a multiverse as it is like they are in the same place and they work together more. Like, I don't consider seeing Batman and Superman in the same story multiverse, right? Because like at this point they've been defined as just like being part of the same, they live near each other. Right? So it doesn't bother, so it's very similar to like the Punisher and like Daredevil. I don't mind that, but but the newer one, it does worry me a little bit. They've been playing around too much with Matt Murdock, and I'm like, you did so good the first time, like leave him alone. I feel like they're about to undo a lot of things that they did do. And I don't know. But like, yeah, this was Jay little like alien ramble of the day. You're welcome, everyone. I've spent too much time on these warm-ups. I need to get work. I need to get to work, but if I didn't draw Jax in the maid outfit, I was gonna explode. I needed maid Jax. It's very funny. It's very funny how he dishes it out, but he can't take it. It's so funny, honestly. I was thinking a lot about like the characterization of Jax and how everyone is like, oh, he has drama, poor baby, poor wet little meow meow, and I get it. I get it. But he's kind of a piece of shit, and he's a piece of shit on purpose, but also like you can tell a little bit more about him the moments he is just there. I love the fact that he doesn't go to Kaufmo's funeral, and you can interpret that as like, oh, it's because he doesn't care. But like, wouldn't Jax like go to aggravate the others? Wouldn't that make some sense? So him not going, I think it's more of like I think it's almost a side of like almost respect of the situation of like I'd rather not participate, but like wouldn't it make some sense if Jax was a full fucking asshole? Wouldn't it make sense for him to like just like be a piece of shit and go and like aggravate the situation every time there was like a funeral in the circus? Like, wouldn't that make some sense? So the fact that he chooses to remove himself from a situation when every time he chooses to like engage in a situation, to me it tells a lot of like even if he's having a bad time, he engages in a situation. Like, the fact that he chooses to not to in that moment, I think it says a lot about his character and like about where he is, like the kind of character he is. Oh yeah, of course, every day. To me, Jax was always a blorbo. To me, Jax was always a blorbo terribilis. Always. Since the dawn of time, he's always been blorbus terribilis. But again, like, I didn't hate that. I like that he's a little wet meow meow, but he's also a piece of shit. I think that's funny. I think that's fun. Not gonna lie. I think that's very fun. If I finish this, I can get to Void's commission, and I can, after this, get to Anthony's commission, and I can finish the other 4 Merely commissions. Let's go! Let's go, lesbians, let's go. There's not so much. I don't have to do that much. I have to like keep cleaning this. I have to keep cleaning these poses, and then I just have to clean it up. And that's it. And I'll be done. And I can go home. Give me a little BRB, guys. I'm gonna go get some Wawa. After my terrible opinions about media. Just a second, gotta get some Wawa. here. Oh, got my wawa, and I ate a little snack. I ate it really fast, so it's not even here. I didn't bring it with me. Wow. No, my chat! Is it gone? Is it fully gone? Are you serious? No. That's okay. Ooh, and just in time for my little stretch. Ow. 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 While I connect the chat. Meow, 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 meow. Let's see, is it there? Yeah, I know, don't worry about it. I think it's because I changed the scene. Okay, yeah. I think it's good now. Good now. She's good now. There we go. Eee, the stream is really behind now that I'm looking at it. I think it's because of my internet. Because there's a big storm, boys! Maudi was talking about it, but like, yeah. It's really cold and there's a storm and everything sucks because it's winter and I dislike it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like any season. Terrible. Every season is terrible always. Let me take a little sip of my tea. It's over steeped. It's still too hot. This thermic mug is really good. It's so hot. It's boiling lava hot. God. But yeah. Oh, wrong side. Okay, got it. I put my headset backwards accidentally. Where's my glove? Found my glove. Everything's coming up, Millhouse. But like, yeah. I don't want to say like, oh, I have so many hot takes about media. I'm such an illuminated person because I obviously cannot communicate them properly half the time. That's just my life. But I don't mind. Like, there's worse things. Like, I try my best, and I'm sure, like, someone out there understands a little bit of what I'm saying. And who knows, maybe they can articulate it better than I can. I don't know. Again, I wish more people welcome themselves to engage with media, even silly media that supposedly isn't supposed to be like taken that seriously, to engage with it like on a bit of a like deeper level. I think that would be good. I think that would be fun and good for everyone. Like, it certainly helps with making your own stuff too, because you can like try to discern like how you want to tell certain stories by how you interpret them too. Like, something I really, and again, I don't want to discount the writers and the storyboarders on TMNT 2003, my favorite one. With the whole like Leo arc, I don't want to discount them and be like they didn't want to make it that deep, but there is something about like Leonardo's on that show, Leonardo having like just the visuals, just the visuals, right? On just the visuals on like how that happened, like that he gets what would be his right shoulder. So this would be his left shoulder, okay. So like the fact that he gets the scar like on his left shoulder, it's like also his back, right? The fact that he does that all the visual information they show you, like for no fucking reason other than I have to assume to tell a bit of the story, like just visually. The implication that if it's the left shoulder, it's because it almost got his heart, which is like a lot scarier than him just getting randomly stabbed like in any other part of his body. The fact that he went through also, and that the left side is where his heart is. So like if it had gotten through his heart, he would be dead. Like I don't know. I think it's very clever. I think it's a very clever indication of like what happened without telling us, like directly. But also I see it like the fact that it's in his back. You rarely see that scar unless Leo's turned around, and it's very rare to see him turn around. So you kind of forget he has it, and it's kind of like okay, like I don't know. It's a little forgetting like he does have this like trauma on him still. It's pretty, I don't know, I think it's pretty interesting, that idea that like almost an invisible wound that every now and then you kind of remember that it's there. I don't know, I think it's very smart. Even if they didn't do it on purpose, which again, I don't want to be like, oh, they're not smart enough for that, when it's not that smart. Like it's just a little, it's just clever. But I don't know, it's like I find it fulfilling. I found it fulfilling and rewarding to think of like possible interpretations of stuff, even if it's not intentional, because it's a way that it can definitely be interpreted. And it fits with the overall narrative. Because of course, there are ways you can interpret shit that doesn't fit anything and people feel like really, really good about that, I don't know. But I like when those things fit the narrative that is obviously intended to be. And the fact that it fits the narrative cleanly, even if it's not purposeful. Like to me that's fun. To me that's good. Like that's why I understand like why people like to interpret and like theorize and whatever the heck. Like I understand that. I do that too. I get it. But like I feel like it makes more sense always to engage with it like earnestly and not so much with like how you wish it was. That said, I'll come to anyone's defense. It's not your fault if the media tricks you. Not tricks you to like guessing something wrong. If it tricks you in the sense of like being like, oh, what? You cared about the characters? Well, that doesn't matter. You're actually an idiot for getting invested in something we like made you to get invested. Isn't that's super embarrassing for you that you care so much about something we made? When they do that, I'm on your side. Because that's them being like intellectually dishonest. I'm not cool with that. I don't know. I'm so sorry to anyone who doesn't like me talking about this. I know one person who hates me talking about this. I'm not gonna call you out. I'm not gonna call you out because I know you hate it. I know you hate it. It's not Maudi. Maudi also kind of hates it, but like he respects me about it. But like, I know you hate it. I'm not gonna call you out about it, but I know there's one person. There's one person here who does not like it. When I take things this seriously. But I don't care. I have things to say today. Today is the day I have things to say. Oh damn, everyone left for my because of my hot takes. I can't believe it. Nature will block my post. I keep forgetting to do that. I keep forgetting. I'm just one little guy that keeps forgetting. There. Everyone's invited. What? Did you guys hear my cat? Hello? Where are you? Oh, there you are. What are you doing there? Don't go there. That's my mic. That's where my mic is. Get out of there. Eh? Eh? Come on. Get out of there. Get out of there. Stop touching the mic cable. She's sabotaging me. You sabotaged me. You wanna come here? Oh, okay. ¿Ya sentaron o no? No. Déjame cable. Ay. Baby, this is so precarious. What are you doing? What are you doing? Kofi, what are you doing? Come on. Come on, get up, get here. Sit down. Sit down, silly baby. I need to work. If you're gonna sit, sit. Not in front of the tablet, please. Okay, boys. We're in a bit of a pickle right now. We're in a bit of a pickle. I have a cat between me and my tablet. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. It's gonna. There we go. There you go. Are you comfy? Okay, there. She turned into a little loaf. She was just sitting like tall, like in front of my tablet. I couldn't see. Now I can see at least. I'll try to work with her there. Hang on, let me take a picture. I'll post it. I'll post it later too. I post it later to Blue Sky. There. Took a cat picture. For anyone who wants to see my cat, I'll post it on Blue Sky later. But yeah, what was I saying? I was saying words. Because I am just very invested in talking about stuff. Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. My cat made me forget. That's okay. You got saved. You guys got saved. You guys got saved by cat. My dad in the background with his old man noises. This is life. My cat on my lap, I can barely draw because I can't move my arm. completely forgot what I was talking about. Never mind. Again, you got saved. I should get another brush. This one's too thick. This one's too thick. I can't do the... Is this a... Nope. That's my pen. Where is my go-to? Is this my genius pen? Yeah, but it's a bit too wacky. There we go, I think that's good enough. Oh my god, Tuffy, I can't draw with you like that. God, okay, the way I'm balancing a cat and my tablet right now, it's not even funny. Damn, a shame that I lost my train of thought, because I really wanted to keep talking about like my hot takes in media. I know no one else wanted to, but I wanted to talk about it. But I forgot what I was saying. Completely forgot. Cat made me forget. Oh no, I remember now. Ha! You're cooked. You're cooked. You're cooked. I remembered. I remember what I was saying. And no, I think a good exercise always, when thinking critically about like stories that you like or that you wish you liked, and I think everyone knows what I'm talking about when I say you wish you like them, is those stories that they're doing something right, but they're kind of flop at the last second. And that is thinking, okay, first of all, why don't you like this development? And what would be a better development that communicates the same concept, right? Because a lot of times, like, I see a lot of people being like, oh, this character shouldn't have been redeemed. And, like, I get that. Don't get me wrong. Like, I get that sentiment. But at the same time, I'm like, okay, maybe their redemption wasn't handled properly. Let's say that, right? So... But obviously, it was important for the story, for the character to be redeemed in some fashion. Okay, how would you have handled their redemption? There's no choice here. He has to, like, the character has to be redeemed. How do you handle that? Like, so thinking about that, thinking how you would handle that, how the characters would handle that, actually helps a lot of, like, for developing stuff, for making stories and stuff. Like, thinking how you would, like, do certain things. It helps you be more flexible with your ideas also. No, I don't think I'm doing this face position correctly. Then again, it's really hard to pinpoint what am I doing with my cat here. Toffee, please. Toffee, please. Toffee, it's so hard to draw with you here. My shoulder already hurts. Why would you do this to me? I think this is closer to what I had in mind. Little wink, little cheeky wink. But yeah, a lot of the times when I don't enjoy something, right? And I don't know, even then, like, I don't know, people are like, okay, these two characters, even with stuff like that, when these two characters fall in love or whatever, like, people are like, they have no chemistry. Okay, like, my first instinct is being like, how would I develop a relationship between these two characters? Because they're characters. You can absolutely mesh them however you want. So if they're lacking in chemistry, it's not because so much of like the personalities of the characters, but the way they've been used in the story. So that means you can like do something like with them that develops that chemistry further in like a better like or like a more distinct way. People need to start playing with characters as if they were dolls more often. But also, like, I don't know, I think the restrictions of having the rules that someone else wrote for their own story is also, like, good to have those limitations when you're writing something or when you're working on something. I've always found that to be useful. I guess mostly, I'm gonna change the tunes. I grow tired of like refreshing Sunday study sessions. I crave springtime awakening. Yeah. Maybe not. Maybe I crave uplifting spirit infusions. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's what I was craving. But yeah. A lot of people like to gawk at fanfiction. I think it's fun to work in the limitations of a world you didn't make. I think that's useful. And like a lot of people, like if you want to be like a stage writer or like a show writer, like a writer that has to work in tandem with other people. I think it's actually pretty good practice to do like to do fanfic, because like you have to try and work with the story that someone else like started, right? And a lot of the times you're trying to make it like fit in. That's not to say you have to, like you can do whatever the hell you want for fun, but like I mean if you're trying to make it as true to form as possible, that is actually very useful, I would say. You can also make a lot of OCs and try to make them fit there. I do that a lot. It's very fun. I've always done that. It's really fun to like just make characters. I'm a self-insert enjoyer. At the old age that I am, I still am, and I have fun. I think it's fun to think how your character would fit, again, in a pre-established universe. And trust me, again, if you're gonna draw on like shows, if you're gonna write on like shows and stuff, you kinda have to. Sometimes they are going to ask you to make a new character, or sometimes a new character is gonna pop out of fucking nowhere, because, I don't know, the showrunner or like the director or whatever like wants to put on a new character, and you have to figure out how they fit into the story without like fucking it up. Like how many characters just kind of pass through because they don't feel well thought out. It's, I don't know, it's fun. I think it's fun. Art is fun. No, I want to give him more of a like a panicked expression, like, oh my god, I'm gonna fall. I'm falling. So looking down like, ah. Yeah, that makes more sense actually. Yeah. That fits a little better, I think. Yeah. Nice. But yeah. Were you too uncomfortable? My cat finally left. I can finally draw like a human person. Or as close as I can get to it. But like, yeah, jeez. Like, no way you were uncomfortable, kitty cat. No way! Just like sitting like squished between me and the tablet? How could you been uncomfortable? I don't get it. That's a mystery! A mystery unsolved. Dumbass cat. I love my pets. And I think they're smarter. Like, not smarter. I think they're too smart for their own good. But also they have such pea brains. They're such pea brains! They're so dumb sometimes! And that's not their fault. They have pea brains! Brain the size of a pea. Maybe I should go a little more goofy about this, like, yeah, I think that actually, like, communicates what I'm trying to do a little better. Yeah, yeah, that helps, actually. The old, the old face. Yeah. Very don't drop me energy. Maybe, okay. Maybe his arm should be holding on to, like this in desperation, like big grab, like you know? My favorite word. Hell yeah, boys kissing. I think I'm all hot taken out. I think I said everything I wanted to say. Wait, did I? I think I did. To recap, real quick. I'm mad at stuff. I'm mad at stuff that's bad. And I like the amazing digital circus because it is earnest and like honest and like what it's trying to express. So even when it's not the best written, which I'm not saying that it is badly written, I personally I enjoy it very much, but I can see where people like have some trouble. But personally I think it's good. Personally I don't care about like the flaws are not that glaring that it bothers me, but I understand why people might have problems with the way it's written. Sometimes, like the way it's like the way it like works with some like with some concepts and like stories and stuff. Like I get that, but I do think that it's not that the concept and the way it's expressing it, it's solid enough, it's direct enough, and it's like again earnest and sincere enough that I don't find myself disliking stuff a lot. Like even when an episode doesn't land for me, I still enjoy it, and I still find it like compelling. Maybe I should like a cat, just like having his hair like kind of frizz up like a cat. I think that would be fun. I'm gonna move his face up a little, just a smidge, just a little bit, right? But like, yeah. I know not everyone's a big fan of like hot media takes, especially from a babbling idiot that can barely communicate it. I know, but you know what? I'm trying my best, and that should count for something. Maybe I should go for like a rounder, like. Talking about things that came out that made me happy. I like the latest Big Top Burger episode too. That was a good one. Just that it really just that it's so fun to me. The way he's written, the way he's like drawn his story, but he also being like extremely silly, even though he has such a serious like story. It makes me happy. Again, should I have him like holding on? Like, oh, I'm gonna fall. Like when you're desperate because you feel like you're falling and you grab onto whatever. Where you're like, maybe he like, maybe more of like a hand expression. Which, hey, heads up. Hands are expressive. The expressions of your characters are not just your face. It's also like their hands. Our hands express so much. But like, yeah, I was gonna say like, they like making the hands express maybe the too stunned like, and I can use this other hand to like grab tightly maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I like that. I enjoy that. Let me see if I can add some other ambience noise. No, I think it's good enough. I think it's loud enough, right? But I can barely hear it because it's like pretty low on my headset. But it's just me. That's just me. That's just the way I like have my headset like set up. Actually, I'm gonna lower the storm a little bit. I'm gonna add like city noises. Because I feel like the storm might be a little too distracting maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's good. If anyone wants me to change the ambience noise, just like say word. Word say word. But yeah, I don't know. I enjoy art. I enjoy talking about art. Even when it makes me a little angry. Even when no one wants to listen. I still have a lot of fun. Is this flipped or not? Is this flipped? No, it's not. So his car is on this side. Yeah. I worried it. I'm gonna try to finish this one tonight. What time is it? It's 10. I can totally do this in one night. I can totally do this in 1 hour. That's not hubris. That's not Icarus behavior. Okay, yeah, he shouldn't be looking down because it feels more like he's looking at his hands and not so much the fact that he is like being pulled from the floor. And I think that might be, yeah, that makes more sense. Like, yeah, yay, yeep, yeep. I'm gonna take a little sip. Hang on. This mug is so good. This tea's still hot as hell. It maintains its overall hotness. You would know about that, wouldn't you? Ooh, for some reason the music is chug-a-lugging. Hi, Cyber! Thank you for stopping by! I was ranting about things. About art things that I find interesting. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm mostly just finishing commission today. Today's commission Monday. The day I finished commission. Oh, but yeah, I was saying, like, I'm so happy, like, about the latest, like, Picked Up Burger, like, episode. It made me very happy. It was really pretty. I like seeing, like, the animation where the kids made of, like, of Cesare in Venezia. That's beautiful. That was beautiful. Also, I love, like, he's the only one that doesn't speak Italian, and I like the implication that he's speaking Italian, but like this is what we get. I think it's very funny. I think it's a very funny, like, cop-out. But yeah, I enjoyed that a lot. Should I even simplify the stupid like suit here? I think I can just give him the suit here so I don't have to like go too crazy. Meow meow. There we go. Right, the way he only have, I forgot, he only has one sleeve, like a freak. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't draw his actual like attire. Like maybe I shouldn't, you know? Nah, I can do it. I can totally do it. Why do Fire Emblem characters just like can't just wear a fucking shirt, man? I'm fighting for my life here. Pretty sure I did get like, yeah, there it is. Stupid idiot, man, with stupid idiot clothes. For anyone's information that's confused, I was specifically asked for Crumb to have, I think this is Crumb, yeah, for Crumb to have like a chubby dad bod, and you know what? You know what? Who am I? Who am I to argue with perfection? Right? If the client wants hot chubby like Chrome, who am I? Who am I to argue? If God didn't want if God didn't want me to draw chubby hot like dad bod like Crom, he would smite me right now. The fact that he hasn't should be empirical proof that I am in fact doing like doing something right. Who am I to argue with God's will? Oh. See my fucking like see my fucking internet like die or something. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It sense make. It sense make, make sense do make. Make sense make do make the sense. Since make. You're doing God's work. Exactly! Exactly. You get it. Ugh. My tea! It's so warm! But yeah, I'm so jealous of like how upsettingly talented, skilled Worthy Kids is. Not just with Big Top Burger, but like the fact that that man composes music and like does pretty much everything himself, and it's a pretty okay voice actor. Like he's like very impressive. He's like very impressive for sure. Oh, I think that would look actually better to have like the foot kind of like pointing this way. Yeah, I think that looks nice. I think I can probably finish cleaning this up by tonight. What time is it? 10:04. I can totally do this tonight. I laid enough of the groundwork that I can definitely like get this working pretty good by tonight. And by the groundwork, I mean this fucking nightmare and how long it took me. And honestly, it doesn't look that great, but I can't keep meddling with it. It works. It reads as it's supposed to read, and that's all, like, that's all I can ask for right now. If I keep meddling with that, I'll never finish it. No, this is another, like, no. I should get rid of this one. I already finished this one. if I keep it up, I'm gonna get confused. There you go. I love just drawing like little poses that are just like candid, like little like whatever. I think it's fun. I always found it like fun to like make things like natural. Almost like a scene, but not necessarily. It looks awesome. Thanks! I lost count how many... Wizard Beard! Wizard Beard is really good. You're right. Wizard Beard is really good. The other one I really like is one of the newer ones. The one that he did with like a... That is kind of like a Scooby-Doo spoof, right? But it's like, I think it's a vampire or something that's like... Down into the ocean. Down into the ocean. I think it's something like that. There's a bridge? No bridge. Like, I don't know, it really gets to me. That one really gets to me. The way it really feels like a Hanna-Barbera cartoon until that man speaks. It's really... It's kind of beautiful. Evil wolves! Yeah! That's the one! Evil wolves! No, like, I love worthy kids. Like, to an extent, it's like, that's kind of who I always wanted to be. I always wanted to be this, like, one boy powerhouse. It was never gonna happen. Not with my brain. Not with my brain. And my access to stuff because of where I am. Like, that's just life. I can live with that. But, like, I admire him a lot because of that. Because he feels like that's what I wanted. And I might not be able to do that. But you know what? You know what? I'll get close. I know I will. I'm working hard. I'm doing my best. We're doing our best. Everyone's doing their best. But like, yeah. Like, I am the kind of person that does, like, voices and stuff. I once almost had a voice acting gig here, but like, it was mid-COVID and I didn't wanna go, like, I did get the part, but I didn't want to go, like, to the studio when COVID was just starting. It felt, because it had to be, like, in person, and they didn't take, like, the best precautions, I don't think, and I was like, are you guys disinfecting the booth or not? Like, I don't know. It didn't pan out. But it was, but it was still fun to, like, try to participate. It was one of my little guy voices, like, oh, it was something like this, I'm pretty sure. Or something like this. Like, I don't remember exactly what it was. It was in Spanish, so it's kind of hard to, like, get the the exact like, mannerisms I was doing, because it's different in different languages. Just because of, like, the way your mouth moves to create certain sounds. I'm also, like, trying to get back into getting things feeling more flowy, more dynamic than just, like, than just in general. Than just properly, what would be considered, I guess, proper proper anatomy. I rather things be dynamic and, like, shapes understandable and stuff, because I play a lot with shapes, and it's always gonna be much more memorable and much more dynamic. I was talking about this with my partner not too long ago, I think, when I was talking about, like, the styles I was, like, the style I was, like, getting for trying to hone for for a comic that we're working on. I was talking about this with them. The fact that I want something that is recognizable more than anything, right? Like, everybody's gonna be like, hee hee haha, like, what the hell is it called? Kolyoko? The little kids with big foreheads. Everyone, like, right? Listen, But that's the thing, I say that, and a lot of people know immediately what I'm talking about. A lot of people know immediately what I'm talking about. It's not necessarily because it's good or it's bad. It's striking. It stays in your head, and I like that. I like that. Not necessarily just that, but that's like the best example I have like at the top of my head. But there's plenty of stuff like that. Like when I think of like the lankiness of like the characters from like the first run of like Gorillas, like the band. The way all of those characters had like extremely long proportions, very also like, you know, clamp shoujo proportions. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's striking. It stays with you. I respect that. I think that's cool. And I want to do something like that. I really want to do something like that. I haven't shown my designs yet. I will eventually. I guess I kind of want to clean them on stream or something. But like, yeah, but I that's kind of what I want, right? I want them to be meaningful and to have like to hit. And that's kind of how I've been like working on character design still. Again, I don't think I'll ever feel confident enough to call myself a character designer because that's just not my strength suit, my strong suit. I think my strong suit is much more like storytelling and like visual storytelling and stuff like that. Like I think even if I'm a little rusty right now, I think my stronger suit is definitely it's most definitely just like storyboarding. I couldn't say the word. The word was avoiding me. By the way, in case anyone wants to self-diagnose, and I'm kidding when I say this, okay? If you are able to get an official diagnosis, do. If not, don't. If not, like, read a little more about it before you say like, oh, I have this, okay? But forgetting words that are like constantly, and I mean constantly on the top of your, like on the tip of your tongue, constantly, like every 2 sentences. That is big ADHD. I am diagnosed by doctor before the internet comes for me. I am in fact diagnosed. But that is like a big ADHD symptom because our brains just kind of like, it's hard for us to make those connections. Like, we know the words, we know they're there, we know exactly what we want to say, but our brain is like not cooperating, it's not grabbing the information that we need. And that's just extremely normal, sadly. It came to the point that I just referred to things by how someone who doesn't know what they are would talk about them. I don't know if that's this is in Spanish, right? But I don't know if like a beet is the same as remolacha or es un nabo. I don't know if a beet, like, I know if remolacha is a beet or a nabo, but my point is, in Spanish, a nabo y remolacha are different things. They're the same thing. They're a root. They're a root vegetable. They're similar, but one is like pale white and the other one is purple, right? So when I couldn't remember how to say remolacha, I was like, you know, the thing that is like a beet but purple. And that's usually how I manage that. That's how I try. That's how I try to communicate those things whenever I realize that I can remember. Or I use synonyms and I'm like, not exactly this word, but similar to this word. I need a thesaurus. Look at this man. That's a whole lot of man. You know what? Again, I respect that. I respect that. My client is in fact speaking for God. God wanted this. You can't deny it all you want, but he wanted this. We love chunky crumb in this house. I need another sip of tea. I'm so cold. No, my chat! Okay, so it just disappeared because I'm looking at the... I am looking at the feed on my other screen, and it is still there. So it didn't disappear that long ago. So it's fine. So it's fine. So it is in fact fine. I just need to do this. I just need to reconnect it. Did it work? Did you connect? Or are you pretending to connect like you do sometimes? Did you connect or not? Did you? Did you? Wait. It does. It lets me. Do you let me just. Salud! Sorry, my dad just sneezed. You know that old man sneeze? That's how he sneezed. What was I saying? Oh yeah, it's giving me the option to connect it directly to the stream, so it shouldn't keep disconnecting, right? Let's try that. You know what? Let's try that. Let's try. Because the option is automatic or that, and maybe this will work. I don't know. Let's. You know what? I've tried about everything. We might as well try this. What's the difference at this point? Every like 20 minutes the chat is gonna disappear. That's just what is happening. So let me take a little sip of my tea. I should have put milk in this. Sorry to every single tea person out there, but tea is disgusting. I don't like it. I'm only drinking it because I'm cold. At least it keeps warm in this mug. Listen, if you like tea, that's okay. That's more than okay, right? Like, that's normal behavior. I dislike it. I don't like the flavor. I think it's hard to, like, make properly. And you're gonna say, what do you mean? You just gotta steep it. Yeah, but if you steep it too long, it tastes bad. Well, if I drink coffee, even if I don't like coffee, at least I get the caffeine of the coffee to help me out, right? And I can put a lot of junk in coffee, like, to help it not be garbage. Coffee is a team player, tea isn't. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Tea doesn't play with others. Like, if you're doing milk tea, you have to do it properly or it tastes weird. Like, if you put any amount of coffee on any amount of milk, it's always gotta taste good. Prove me wrong! You can't. And if you can, I don't care. So it's almost like you've never proved me wrong. You can't win this. No one can. I need another sip. I need another sip of the bad juice. Ugh. At least it's keeping me warm. But yeah, it's really easy to like steep like tea wrong for too long, or like the temperature of the water is bad, or like there's too many variables, and it drives me a little crazy, just a bit, just a smidge crazy. I was gonna give him his little jester outfit in this one. because I think it fits like this. Like it does make the sudden like. Just it does make it feel like a sudden intimacy, and I like that. I think that's cute. Where should I cut this framing though? Probably somewhere around here. Yeah. I think like that is okay. Yeah, I think it's good enough. It's good enough. It's a sketch page, it's not the end of the world, but it's good enough, I think. Like, it fits, that's what I'm trying to say. Those my hand, because it hurt. Had to shake it up a little bit. Stretching in between timers did help me a lot. I gotta admit, I'm not feeling my shoulder as much as I've been feeling it lately. Stretching works, who knew? Not me. I'm gonna do that one now, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna do that one. It was my turn to sneeze. Anyone else needs to sneeze? Anyone in chat needs to sneeze? This is your opportunity. Also, no bless yous for Giacomo. Sorry. That's a stupid post that I always think about whenever I sneeze. No bless yous for Giacomo. Meow. Let's see. I wanted this post to be like, oh, like extremely concerned, and this fucking himbo being like, but I'm okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, very much Goku energy on that, like. Like, I'm okay. I don't know why you were worried. It was like you got fucking stabbed. Something like that. Like tears in his eyes and everything, like, oh my god. Kinda like this. I don't think it translates properly. I think maybe, yeah, I'm more open. I think it's better. There are a couple of prevalent that remind you to stretch, drink water, etc. That you get one. No, I've just put a timer. I just put a timer on my little productivity app, and like I just follow it. I don't need a reminder to drink water because like my medicine makes me thirsty. And I don't need a reminder to eat because I do feel hungry. I just like can't stop to eat because there's nothing to eat. I need to make the food. So at that point I might as well just stop. So yeah. And again, the main reason I'm getting tea, even though I hate the fucking thing, is just because like I fucked up his nose. It's just because like no, it is mostly because I'm cold as hell, but also because like when it's cold, I don't want to drink water because it's cold. So it's like the second best way to keep hydrated, I guess. Like I'm doing my best. Let's try to do that expression without like all the fluff, so I can like. So I can like dissect it a little bit. I really need to do more like expression like stuff. One of the things that made me like terribly stiff in terms of like faces and stuff was definitely, again, working so long on like model sheets and stuff on Fiverr when I was starving. that definitely fucked me up like on that front. I don't push. It's harder for me to push expressions correctly. I've been practicing a little bit, like doing studies and stuff, mostly of shows, particularly with Sakura Card Captor because it's what I'm watching. but I should do a few studies of like real people and like try to I might do that some Wednesday, just do a little study buddy session. This artist that I really like uses the term study buddy when they do that, and you know what? I'ma steal it. I'ma steal it. But yeah, maybe I'll do like a little study session on stream, like trying to figure out like stuff like that. I think that would be fun. No, I want a bit of more of a panicked expression, more like, okay, but are you okay? Yeah, maybe looking up and down mostly, not necessarily looking into his eyes, but like down. So like to check him, like making sure he's okay. I think that might work. Like just where he's looking at, I think that might help a lot. I'm probably gonna put a little like blood on the nose or something like to like emphasize that why. Like it's little details like that tell a little story. It's not just like environmental storytelling. Environmental storytelling. It's not just for the environment you're drawing. It's also for your characters. Just the kind of clothes they're wearing, the way they're wearing them, stuff like that. Like that also tells a little story about like what happened. Like it, and if this drawing is the only drawing I have to tell that story, I need to make sure it comes across. So I'm trying to figure that out in my head. Like how, if I didn't know my intentions looking at this, right? If I didn't have myself to explain it, what would I need for me to understand what is happening in the picture? Now, this is not a flawless science. A lot of people, even if you're very obvious, even if this man has a sign here that is like, I got hurt, and he's like, I worry, even if you do that, some people might not get it, because it's a kind of a toss-up, but you need to make it as easy as possible without, like, you know, insulting the intelligence of the person that is looking at it. Again, it's not a perfect science, it's not always gotta work, but you gotta give it your best shot. You gotta give it your best shot to the point that if the person doesn't notice and you tell them, hey, I gave him this and that to imply this, and the person goes like, oh, that's cool, that's a good sign. Even if they didn't notice, like, the fact that, like, they recognize that it is, but it's a fun detail to have on it. But yeah, those are things that you just kind of have to think of, like, kind of think about when you're, like, illustrating. When you're drawing, you're kind of like you're kind of like trying to communicate something. What? Could be whatever. Whatever you want. I've been like expanding his like headband the more I draw him. I guess it's just I want to push like his hair like further up, and that's why I keep doing that, to give me more space for the face. But like, you know what? Like, I think it's worked. I think it's fine. Like, it's not a big deal. I'm not following like a model sheet or anything. I'm like, I'm playing around. I'm playing around. Ooh, I kind of lost the depth there. I kind of need to move the eye back a little bit so I can like imply the other eye is like on view. It's not a perfect like, it's not like a perfect it's not a perfect profile. That's kind of what I'm trying to do. Yeah, I think that gives it a little bit more dimension there. Scoliosis, man. There's this YouTuber person animator that's called June. They go by Ninja Ginja WO. OWO. Oh, whoa. People probably know them. He's like really, like, one time, like, he did like this, he said something and like it really messed up my vocal steams, because like every time I like, oh, like scoliosis, every time I draw like a back that is all messed up of a lanky little guy, I'm like, yeah, that's scoliosis. This man has scoliosis. But yeah, something I admire about them a lot too. Like, talking about, let's talk about cool people. Something about admire about them a lot, about June. I do like the way they talk about their OCs. A lot of times when people talk about their projects online, after talking about anything else for a while, it feels like they're trying to sell you the project, and that's not their fault. We live in a weird capitalist society, but it doesn't feel like they're telling me something. They feel like they're trying to sell me something. And I feel like we are kind of wary of that, and it even when we're interested, in like whatever, like this person that we want to see like succeed, I feel like I'm not the only one that kind of like tunes out when they try to show you something original, and it's not out of like any sort of like malice or like because you don't care. It's because of like the way they present it. It does feel like another kind of like another almost like a commercial, and I'm okay with that. Like, again, maybe it's just me and my dumb brain that they can't like connect to that. Maybe it is just me. I doubt that it's just me, because I refuse to believe I'm such a special little man. But like, what I admire about June and the way they talk about this, they really talk about it like they're presenting you their OCs like you're just their friend. Like they're playing toys in recess, and they came to you and they're like, look at this guy that I made, and you're like having fun together looking at him, and like they're telling you stuff, like even if they're not like fully convinced about what they want to do with the character, like they're still telling you they're having fun with it. And you know what, like that to me, that connects to me. That makes sense. I think that's a cool way to talk about your characters, because like it feels like you're just sharing. It feels like you're just sharing with your friends, and it does make you invested, because the person making it doesn't know everything about it yet, and you don't know everything about it yet, and like they seem so excited about telling you about like the little drama. Like, it really does feel like you're just sharing your OCs with a friend. And yeah, like that's just something that I found interesting and useful, in the sense of like, I think more people need to do this. I think more people need to talk. I know it seems unprofessional and weird, but I think more people need to talk about their characters and their projects like that. Someone that does something similar, not exactly the same, but Goosework does do something very similar, I think, with her characters, with the Amazing Digital Circus, right? Because like her Tumblr, like she was just fucking around with her characters a lot of the time, like just telling little silly comics and stuff. I think that helps. It doesn't feel like she's trying to sell me the show. It feels like she's just playing toys and I'm invited. And I like that. I enjoy that. I find that easy to connect to, right? I think that's cool. So yeah, like I mean, and I think that connects with me, because that is how I talk about my characters with my friends and even with strangers. Like not strangers. Can you just like the fucking like bus station, like, hey man, check out my blorbo. You know what? That's a friendship in the making. They call the police because you're stable, and the police comes and you're like, I just wanted to show them my blorbo, and you show the blorbo to the police, and the police is like, you know what? That's pretty cool. Why did you call us, man? God. But in all seriousness, there's something just compelling about like sharing things like that. And I'm not talking about like I'm not talking some like sorry, I was focusing so hard in this hand. I'm not talking about some like parasocial bullshit. It's easy for you to play toys with your own character? What's it easy for you to play toys with your own character? I've always played toys with my own characters, but I think it's because for a long time, a lot of my characters, like the characters I played toys with the most, were OCs or self-inserts that I made for other things. I'm talking like when I was a child, right? And so there was not a lot of like effort on that. Also, like, I think the first time I made a comic, it was like, let me show you Super Perro, Super Dog. I don't have him anymore because like a childhood tragedy. I don't have anything more about this man, but like this is what he used to look like, right? I almost gave him like I almost gave him like my current aesthetic choice of like thinner ears, but no, that's not what he looked like. He looked like this. And I made comics about this dog. And my classmates who hated my fucking guts because I was neurodivergent and gay. I don't know if it was because of that, but I'm assuming. But who hated my guts were actually very invested on this man. So I was already kind of playing toys with my characters. That was just kind of what I did. So because I've done it for so long, because I did it for so long, like, I think that has like a lot to do with that, right? Like, super perro. Let me do a modernized, like, super perro right here. Like, well, how would I draw him now? Like, I even remember, like, the how I did everything. I was so smart, dude. I made, like, the bone, I made, like, a bone belt. That's some clever kid shit. I don't know what happened to me after that. Like, I became an idiot, but, like, I peaked there. I peaked in school. But, like, yeah, I would give him, yeah. I think he had eyebrows, actually. Yeah, he did have eyebrows, now that I remember. I would give him, like, bigger eyebrows now. And I would probably... I think I would likely give him, like a collar or something to separate the body from the... I'm starting to think, I don't know if he had little paws before. I don't remember. I don't think he did. I think I just did like the lines. I probably didn't give him like little fingies. I made him too tall. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, I forgot his tail there. I would definitely give him little toesies. I think I would give him like a more rounded body now. And yeah, more like a longy feet. And yeah, like a separation between like the color like and the suit to be like a for the cape. Actually, I think nowadays I would give him a scarf. A scarf that kind of doubles as a cape-ish. I think that would look good. And I would probably give him something more like on the... No, boots no, because I would miss like little toesies. So probably like a little beagle or something like, you know, that he would use to call. And you know what? It would be another bone. It would be another bone. There you go. The super dog. new and improved. Oh, he's just a little man. Super dog pronouns. Super perro. But like, yeah, I always play toys with them. Again, a shame that it was like a childhood tragedy that I lost all of these drawings. And I think that's kind of the reason why I save all of my drawings nowadays. All of them. Like, since I was like in school, I saved them. And I was a very young child when I came up with that. It's really sad that I don't have access to that comic anymore. But you know what? It's right here. It's right here in my brain. I don't remember the comics that well, but I do remember how to... Again, I drew him so much. I remember like how I did it. Like, I did do this. Like, this is how I did it. Like, I remember perfectly. Like, that's the process. How to. But yeah. One day I might do like a... I might do like a little showcase of like all the sketches and stuff. Hang on, I need another sip. Ugh, okay. So the cold is finally getting to it. For the first time in forever, now the tea is actually drinkable, which means it's gonna get cold soon. But yeah, you should just play toys with your characters, and listen, if you don't have characters to play toys with someone else's characters. You can make up whatever the hell you want. Want Sonic and Shadow to kiss? Do it. You wouldn't be the first one. But my point is, like, even if you don't have characters, you can borrow some. Like, obviously not from like an independent artist with their permission, because that can get complicated very easily. But what I'm talking about is like, buddy, steal from corporation. Just make sure you choose the right sketchbook. Shut up! I'm talking about sketchbooks before I met you. Get out of here! You're banned! I'm gonna ban you! I'm gonna ban you! But yeah, I'm talking about more like high school, like, sketchbooks and stuff, because I still like them. Like, yeah, I wasn't very good at drawing, but I had fun concepts, I think. I still think so. Like, I still truly think so. What time is it? Ooh, it's almost 11. Can I finish this? Yeah, there's not that much to clean if I clean this. If I clean this, I don't have that much to clean after. I can totally do it. I did do his hair really dirty. Like, it's a lot bigger. There we go. I was just getting confused because of like the everything going on here. But like, yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know. I do want to do like a sketchbook tour and stuff. Eventually. Streaming is just fun and good, and it's so easy on YouTube, honestly. It's just so easy to stream on YouTube. It's kind of this like my buddy Anthony like said it in one of his streams, and honestly, it's just convenient. It's very convenient to like stream on YouTube, even if it's not great for it. You know, even if it's not meant for that. Not that it isn't meant for it, but you know, you probably get what I'm trying to say. It's not optimized for that, in the sense of like, not in the sense of how you interact with like people. Like, I can't put like rules on the chat before people talk. I have to put them like on screen or on the description. Like, I can't do it in the chat. Like, I can't do little things like badges and stuff until you get a certain amount of bullshit and all of that. Like, you know, yeah, Twitch is kind of like that, but it's not totally like that. But Twitch is so annoying, and I don't want to. I don't wanna. I'm just one little man. Would you ask that of a little man? No, you wouldn't. Wait, I need to move Pera. Pera's in... Hang on, Pera... I have Pera like in front of like the palette. There we go, now I can pick a color, Jesus. I think I can like cut it here. Yeah, just have like the hand. Like in surprise. I know, I'll give him like bandages. I think that is definitely gonna like add a lot to like this. There you go. And like, yeah, I like it. I like that. I think that translates pretty good. I think we're good to clean it actually. Yeah, boys. We done it. We done it. Except that I can't use the zoom anymore. Hang on. Why? I think it's a CPU thing. Hang on, I need to go back to the gallery. It's not so much a CPU thing. I think it's a thing that it's a mixture of the CPU thing and the fact that my tablet is a billion years old, even though I love her. Whoops. Well, now at least the scrolly bar works. But yeah, I need to finish this. This one's Mouties. I need to finish this eventually. Like, it's basically finished. I just need to like color it, like render it a little bit. The colors, everything's there. Just to render it properly, but yeah. And it. But yeah, now this is working. So, to move Pera again because now he's on top of my fucking layers. There we go. Now I just gotta clean this up. And put everything in like a place. I'm gonna, nope, that's not you, there. I'm gonna move this one a little bit. I think actually I think the size it had was fine. Yeah, I shouldn't make it any bigger, actually. Or like, not a lot bigger. There we go. I think it fits good there. Now let's see. I think the spread is okay. I just need to put something here. I'm probably gonna get this one. You over here, bigging you a smidge. There we go. Basically, using some of my exploration sketches as like, you know, to like add stuff to this. I think it's nice. Yeah, there you go. I mean, listen. Listen, I know a lot of people that got rid of all of their drawings from they were kids. I know that. I get it. There's a certain embarrassment of like old drawings, but honestly, I just enjoy them because I had a lot of fun with them because it was like the only good part of my childhood. It was the only good bit. It was like the one bit I truly enjoyed. Like, of being in school even. So like, I think it makes sense that I keep mine. Because again, I hated school. School just wasn't. School is not for little alien guys. Stay in school, kids, especially now. Everyone wants to keep you like a little dumb. Don't let them stay in school. But like, school was really hard for me in that sense. sorry, I was taking a little sip. But like, yeah, school was really hard for me in that sense. So like, the only thing that I could do at school, where I was like, not having fun, was like just draw and have fun and like play with my characters in my head and like show my actual friends like the things I made and stuff, right? So like, yeah, it just became like the one thing I could do. Like, of course I kept them. They're like the one good thing about school, I guess. It's also like how I like interacted with like my closest friends. Like Cami, who's my best friend, that she's in Spain now, sadly. And by sadly I mean like it's good for her. She's like getting like her degree. she's working hard, but I miss my friend. I miss her so much. It's been years since she moved, but I still miss her a lot. But yeah, my best friend Cami and I used to like we used to just fuck around and make stories together, like with my drawings and stuff, and I would show her like with so excited, like look at this, and she would be just as excited. It was very fun. It was very fun. Oh, I fucked up that knee. I fucked it up. It's supposed to like it can like have that because like yeah, there we go. Now it makes sense because it was pointing down and like no, this is looking upwards, right? So like yeah. So I'll clean this and then I'll clean the ones in the background and I'll be done, I think. What time is it? 1 minute to 11. I think I might stay another half hour at most, I think, ish. Like if things go right. Like I'll try to finish cleaning today, but like yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna put all of this in like a folder, I think. Yeah. I like IBIS paint because it's simple. Because it's simple in the sense of like everything is on the tin. I don't have to mess around too much. But it does frustrate me a little bit that the interface works like a touch interface in a lot of things. And I also like it. It's complicated. I have a complicated relationship with IBIS paint. Most of the time, I'm okay with it. Most of the time, I'm more than okay with it. I need to go zip. But yeah. The one that I haven't been able to really get into yet is which maybe I should stream like trying to figure that shit out, but like it's what do you call them? It's what the hell is it called? Oh, Clip Studio. Jesus. My brain. But yeah, it's hard for me to figure out Clip Studio. Is the music too loud? I'm just gonna lower it a little bit, just a smidge, because I see my vocalization, like my mix. I see everything together, and the music was like really close to my voice, like in terms of volume. So I don't know. I just lowered it a little bit. I'm gonna change the. You know what? I'm gonna change the. And change the mix. So I grow bored. Springtime Awakening? Sure. Let's go with that. Yep. But yeah. I was saying words. That is something that was happening. I remember that. But like here's the thing. Hang on, I got the hiccups. Oh no! Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm good. I forgot what I was gonna say, the hiccups attacked me. I forgot. Oh, Eclipse Studio Paint, right, I was talking about that. There's so much. I like an interface like this, where stuff is like, where I have like space to draw, and the interface doesn't take too much space in each like part of it, right? It just doesn't. It's like this, every corner. It's not like, whoops. Sorry, I need to make a layer from folder. But it's not like, well, like this, and this is where you draw unless you get rid of everything, and this is like, and then all of everything else is like tools and information and stuff. It makes me go a little crazy. It makes me a little insane. Like, it's not for me. It's not for the way my little guy brain works. But programs like IBIS and like MyPaint and Sketchbook, and I suffer because of like the whole saga of what happened to Sketchbook, like out of this Sketchbook. It's misery. But like Sketchbook, like the way it works also, like it's just like a little toolbar up here, like floating toolbar, like two circles, one for color, another for size. Then you have your layers here, and over here you have a little lagoon on Sketchbook, right? You have a little lagoon where you have like your other tools, which means all of this, it's creative space. All of it, and I don't know, you have like there, but like all of this is creative space, right? Like it's not intrusive. It's not intrusive. Like everything is hidden unless you like find it up here, right? Like and it's pretty similar with IBIS. IBIS has like the toolbar here, very like the colors and stuff here, and like the layers here, and you can like hide them. You can absolutely just hide them and have them or not, and I don't have to click 7 different things to get to the layers. Like, they're just here, right in the tin, they're just there. Same with this, like this reference like thing, like I can just have it like there, and everything else is like little like transparent like circles up here, and it's so unintrusive. I think I like the way you sketch because you draw the same way you do traditionally. That makes sense. Yeah, but I mean, it's a purposeful thing, I think. I just don't have the patience to be like to do things cleanly and like good. So I mess around like the same way I do with my sketchbook, and you know, and to me it has a charm because I like things that look organic, that look like a person like made them. Everything looks like a person made it, you know what I mean? But like that has a personality, right? Something that shows that like the mistakes and the little paths that it took. There's something so charming to me to see like construction lines on finished pieces. I think that's kind of beautiful. I think it's really charming because it like gives you a little insight on how like the person who was making it was like thinking about it. It's also why I like that Disney's the Disney period too. Full disclaimer, Disney nowadays is not that great. But I do like the Disney period where you could just see the little like construction lines on like the characters. Because, and I learned this in school, in animation school. I learned this in school. Apparently, they found a way to just print in the like, what is it called in English? Acetate, like acetato. What is it in English? You know, those transparent like plasticky sheets that people use for animation in the olden days. They still use them, but I don't remember what they're called. Damn. Well, it doesn't matter. You probably know what I'm talking about. But yeah, they realized that they could just print the lines, like the drawings directly into it with like ink. You're an alien. I'm an alien person. Please. But like the way that but yeah, they kind of realized that you could like print on them with the ink instead of like having someone else ink on them, and that saved a lot of time. Yeah, animation cells. That's it. Acetatos. It's in Spanish. That's why I was having trouble. But yeah, animation cells. They could print like directly on top of them instead of like having to ink them. And a lot of the times when they ink them, like a lot of the animators would complain because it was losing a lot of like movement and stuff because you didn't clean it good, you know, like just like, you know, regular troubles of like working with other people. And it's really fun because that's why in like things like the Aristocats or whatever the fuck it's called, the cat movie with the cats, like you can see like the construction lines because it's printed. It's printed, like photocopied directly from like that, from like the original sketches, and I think that's neat. I think that's neat as hell. I like that you can see that. I like that you can like kind of see what the person was trying to do, like how they figured out something. I think it's cool. I think it's cool seeing like a little bit of like that kind of like natural messiness of like being an artist. I think it's neat. I think it's fun. I think all of it has its merit. I do enjoy also like very clean shit, but personally, like I find it a lot more charming when it's like messy, in a sense. It's very fun. It's very fun. I find it fun. You know. I should get to cleaning this. I got distracted. I was talking about animation. I really that teacher, like he was the one that like taught me that. That teacher was such a good teacher. Honestly, I miss him every day. It's a real shame. It's a real shame that it just like that he was like one of the first like wave victims of COVID. He had lung issues because he was a smoker, like a chain smoker. He smoked a lot. I think by the time I finished my animation school thing, I think by that time he stopped smoking. Because he was probably like suffering from like stuff. So yeah, he was very much a you know, he was a person that had risk in that sense, and that sucked. It really sucked. It really hurt everyone who had him as a student. That man knew how to teach animation, and you can see how much he liked it. Not just animation, but teaching. He was also like, he also was like a history high school professor or something like that, like teacher, and like, I think that's why he was so good at like teaching, because like, pedagogia. What is it? How do you say that in English? What? Hang on, let me look that up. I'm so... How do you say that? How do you say this in English? How do you say this? How do you say this?
Pedagogy.
Pedagogy? Pedagogy? I hate English. English is dumb. Well, pedagogy, I guess. It's the same. Like, it's something that you have to learn to teach, and I think a lot of higher education teachers just don't necessarily have to learn a lot of like, you know, stuff like that. Like, not necessarily that they don't have to. They don't have to implement it in the same way because they're teaching like older people and stuff. But I do think there is a merit on learning how to communicate ideas to kids. I think it does help a lot to how like you teach. I hate it too. Todo bien, todo bien. But like, yeah. I think what bothers me the most, no one's allowed to call me out for this, but I think what bothers me the most, on that, it's definitely like, the way gringos need to rename food upsets me terribly. Like, what do you mean, una tortilla de papa? It's a fucking like potato omelette or something like that is what they called it or whatever. Like, ew. Ew. What do you mean pastel de carne is like shepherd's pie? Ew. that one's probably my fault though, because like I'm pretty sure that one's not in Spanish. But like, this one upset me. This one upset me for real. Lahmejun or lemon depending on like where you say, but it's, I think the original word, Armenian, like it's lahmejun. Like, what the fuck do you mean gringos call it Armenian pizza? Go fuck yourself. That's not a pizza. Or do they call it like Turkish pizza? I don't fucking know. It upsets me. That's not a pizza, like, at all. It's lahmejun. I never heard of shepherd's pie. It's just like spices, meat, mashed potatoes in layers. It's pretty good. It's pretty good with like a cooked layer on top, and that just gives it a little bit of a crust. And it honestly is pretty good. It's pretty good. Like, if it's done well. I've eaten bad ones, but if the spices are good, like if the way it's like if the way it's seasoned is good, that's just like how good it's gonna be. If it's not well seasoned, then it's not great. Is this the pen I should be using though? Hang on. Because I don't know. Because there is a couple liners that I think I like better, but I'm not. Ugh, that's definitely not it. But I can't remember which one I use more for this type of like. Definitely not that one. Oh yeah, these are these are the pens I made because I made pens that to kind of look like because I wanted them to kind of look like almost traditional like ball pens. So I made a bunch. They kind of look they kind of work. Not in that color for sure. When I do like blue and stuff like that, yeah. That's it. It kind of looks like a ball pen, and like that's kind of what I wanted to make. Maybe I'll share them sometime because I do like how they feel. They really just feel like ball pens. They really just look like it. It took me a while to make, but yeah, I'm looking. Stop getting distracted. I'm looking for my ink pen. Is this it? No. I'm looking for the ink pen that I like to use, but I can't pinpoint it right now. because I use a few depending on what I want to do. It's not that one. This one? No. This one? Is this one? No, this one has too much. This one has too much give. Is it you? No, it's not. Wait, maybe it is this one. Maybe not? No, it's not. This is gonna take forever. Maybe I should just like touch up the G pen a little bit. Maybe I should just like. No, I think this is fine actually. The problem is like, yeah, I don't like the inconsistencies. Driving me a little bit insane. That's good. Like when sketching it's not bad, but when lining I don't like the pressure as much. Let's use that. Yeah, that's too thin. That's too thin. And I know someone who doesn't like things too thin. I think this is good, but I'm not sure. The texture's just not there. Texture's just not there. I'm not convinced. My chat! Oh no! Oh, come on. Okay, so that didn't work. Like one bit. It did not work. What I tried to fix like earlier. So like yeah, we gotta do it automatically. Never mind, I guess. Doesn't matter. The XSplit support team hasn't gotten back to me, so I think I'm just gonna have to reinstall everything and see if that does something. You know? I'm just gonna have to like... jeez. Let's see. Did it connect? Yes! Okay. Gorsh. There you go. Oh, Christ. I don't know what happened there. What a nightmare. But yeah. Let's just keep taking 7 billion years to like pick a pen, shall we? I think the problem is that I'm using raw food. I'm not using the one I usually use, but I don't remember which one I usually use because I'm dumb like that. I'm silly like that. I'm silly in the brain like that. You know. I try to not be silly in the brain, but can't help. No, I'm just gonna go back to what I was using. I think it's whatever. I think it's gonna be as good as this is as good as it's gonna get. But yeah, I think the biggest sin, not all of them, but I think the biggest sin for sure is what gringos did to Lahmejun. Because listen, I understand it's a hard word to say. It's a hard word to say. I'm probably saying it wrong. But that's why there's like a trying to like pronounce it in Spanish, which is Lemmenjun. And it's wrong too, but it's us just trying to say the word, right? Like, to me that makes some sense. Kinda like in Japan, creme brulee is like, well, I don't know if they use the word creme, but brulee is like brude. Yeah, I think that's it. Brude. Kind of like how is that like that? Like to me that makes sense. Even if it's butchering the, even if it's fully butchering the pronunciation, I think it makes sense to just try and say it, then try to not even translate it, but say, but like make up a word of whatever the fuck it reminds you of. It makes me sad. Like, what do you mean Frankfurters are like hot dogs? Whose dog? And why is he hot? Hot dog doesn't bother me as much, but like, that's just kind of my point. Did I have a point? No, but it doesn't matter. Sometimes I just gotta say things. If I don't, the creature's gonna get me. It's suddenly like an ARG shit. I always wanted to make like a spooky ARG, but there's just not, it's just not in my wheelhouse. I cannot, like, I would have to, the things I would have to do to make it work, I don't think they're necessarily possible with my capabilities, right? But like, I've always loved the idea of like, someone can steal this if you want, but like, I always loved the idea of like, just things that exist in time, as if time was a, what we would consider. Oh, that's my 25 minutes, and I haven't even cleaned one. Uh-oh. Oopsie. I just talked too much. I did get a lot done though. Like I have an easy base to like clean mostly everything if I want to. But I think I'd rather finish it like now if I can. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. We'll see how hungry I am in like 10 minutes. But like, yeah. What was I saying? I was saying words. Words were coming out of my mouth. That's for sure. I know that much. What was he saying? Oh yeah. I like spooky. I like spooky things, and I want to make a spooky thing one day, but I don't think I can. So I'd rather just put this out in the universe in case anyone wants like a spooky idea. But I always like creatures that kind of live in time as we live in like 3-dimensional space, because I like the idea of like time being like a 4th dimension. That like, if you ever, big recommend for the original Cosmos. That was like done by Carl Sagan. I love that man. He really is like, he really is very good at bridging art and science, and I respect that a lot. But what I'm getting at, what I was getting at is like, he explains dimensions in that show with Flatland, and people have probably heard about Flatland. Of course, I talk about science, they were fucking leaves. Cowards! But like, yeah, the way he talks about Flatland, it's like if a flat square, you visit Flatland. Flatland is a completely 2D land. Kind of like where Bill Cipher's from, right? So like, if there's a square here, like right, all the square sees like are these 4 lines. He cannot see like upwards, right? So let's say that you little man, you move to flatland. You in your 3D shape, you move to flatland. So you exist in a 3-dimensional space like this, but what the flat boy sees is this basically. He doesn't see anything else but like, you know, your shoes. And you say like, I'm gonna go to this other room, right? So you jump to this other room. I'm no Carl Sagan, I'm explaining it like an idiot, but you know, you get it. So if you move to this other room by jumping, like you went up, right? You went up in space and down. But to the square citizen of Flatland, you disappeared. Because there is no up. There's no fucking up. There is no Y, like, you know, there's no Y axis here. There's only like, there's only this. Sorry, there's no Z axis. There's only X and there's only Y. And the Z axis doesn't exist for him, but it does exist for us. But that means, like, again, if I jump, if I leave the X and Y axis, for the square that's gotta be like as if I disappeared. So the idea that a being can exist in time in that similar way, that we cannot see it because we do not experience time like that, it's very scary. It's not scary, it's interesting, but it could be so scary. And I always wanted like a being that is like communicating like through videos and stuff, right? To a protagonist. And the protagonist doesn't know it yet, but like, for some reason, like, it's almost like it's answering things in previous videos, for example, that the protagonist is asking later. And stuff like that, because like, time is non-linear for the thing, so it doesn't matter when the protagonist asks those things. Like, it can answer it whenever, so the creature like answering it like in the very first videos, like before the watchers know that it's like that it's a spooky thing or whatever. To me, that is very interesting, and I wish I could do that, but I don't have it. I don't have it in my bones. Someone else would get it. If someone wants it, you can have it. You can have it. Just say like, I heard it from a dumb VTuber once. Like, that's all I ask. You don't even have to remember my name. But like, yeah, that just sounds so interesting to me. I have VHS filter at least. There's so much prep work, right? Like, there's so much to do. The other one that I wanted to do for a while, and you know what? I might get into this one. I might do this one, and you know what? There's like 3 people, so like, I feel safe saying this and like, selling my ideas to the devil. I don't mind. Because this one I can actually do myself. I always wanted something like an educational, to make like an educational animation, you know, the scary ass one that they would show you in school for stuff like fucking puberty or like historical events or whatever. I saw a bunch of those because I went to a Catholic school for a little bit. Wouldn't recommend. Nah, it wasn't too bad, but like, that definitely did not help. But there was a lot of like weird Bible like cartoons and stuff, like, you know, those crusty old cartoons that for people who were paid less than a sandwich to make them, that sort of stuff. And I want to make something like that, of kind of, but not necessarily like an ARG, but more like an non-fiction kind of story of like someone being like, oh yeah, don't worry, little Timmy, this is all completely normal. Then your nails will fall off to make like, you know, space for your new eyes. Wow, you know, stuff like that. And it's actually just something about like aliens using like humans to like kind of like experiment, but like it, like, you know, oh, if you're you're a chosen one, this is what is going to happen to you, like, after you turn 12 or some shit. It's, like, super scary shit, like, but it, like, I wanted to start, like, super normal, like, you're gonna start growing hair in like, weird places and stuff. Like, you know, like, awkward, but normal, like, kind of like I wanna evoke that fear of, like, of, in general, of that change, of, like, sudden change and stuff like that, but then, like, fully go into body horror mode. I want to do that so bad. I've been thinking about that for a while. Like, I really want to do that. And it wouldn't be too hard to animate, because, again, those animations are so fucking crusty. I feel like I could absolutely do, like, mimic that sort of, like, thing. At least for a one-time thing, right? Like, I don't need it to be a series. I just need it to be, like, a little thing out there. I think it would be fun. I really think it would be very fun. That one you're not allowed to steal. That one's mine. The other one for sure. That one's mine though. I'll do it. I'll do it someday for sure. I just need to do some things, but, like, I definitely want to make that, because it's so, I never had any, like, I never had a vision so clearly in my head of something spoopy. And that is, like, almost terrifying. The idea of almost lost media, but it's not exactly lost media. It's more like a, you know, because, like, it's almost like you're peering into a different place, to a different future. I don't know. It sounds really fun to me to, like, start that normal in quotation marks, but it's still super awkward, right? Because it's like, that sort of, like, videos are super gross and weird, and, like, they're weirdly made, and, like, they already evoke, like, a rejection from you, right? But then it kind of turns into that, and to me that just makes so much sense as a horror little bit. Like, to me, just that just works so well. So that's, like, one of the things that I always think about. But, like, again, personally, if I could, I would definitely make the weird time creature, that just kind of fucking, like, that has been, like, I don't know, haunting you forever, but also never at the same time. Like, that idea of, like, infinity is so freaky, like, so fun to play with, but it would require so much work. Meanwhile, the weird PSA, like, animation garbage, like, that doesn't take time. I mean, that does take time, but that doesn't take as much, like, willpower, like, force. Like, I could probably do that on my own. I wouldn't. I would probably ask someone to, like, record voices or whatever, or edit, but, like, if I wanted to, that is, I think, feasible on my own. Not now. I'm busy with other things at the moment, but that is certainly something that I would like to experiment with. For sure. Kind of like, I don't know if it's called Blue Channel. I don't even remember if it was like, what's her face? Oh God, what's her name? What am I forgetting? Like, is it a Goosework who made the little, like, the one with the emotions or whatever, like, you take pills to experience more emotions or, like, stuff like that? I think it was her. Maybe I'm confusing Goosework for someone else, but I know they're, like, an established person and they just made that for fun. I kind of want to do that. Just make one for funsies. For me, as a treat. Everyone deserves a little scary bit as a treat. Everyone deserves a little, like, a little analog horror as a treat. Every artist deserves to make a little as a treat. Analog horror. That, I said it. But, like, yeah. I'm almost certain it was Gooseworks. I would have to check later, but I'm almost certain, which is great. People probably seen it because of Markiplier. I had already found it because I was already, like, a fan of, like, whoever the hell was making that. I sound like such a fake fan, especially if it turns out not to be Goosework. But listen, I'm bad at names. It could be anyone else. But, like, listen, doesn't matter. My point is, my point is, it was just a one-time thing, and honestly, it was very fun. So that's kind of what I want. I want to make a one-time cool thing like that. You know, it's low commitment, like a one-time thing for funsies, for messing around. Because I think I have a fun idea for that. Like, you know what? Like, if someone steals it, at least do something fun with it. But you're not allowed to. I'm not giving you permission to steal it. But if you happen to steal it, because I cannot stop you, because I'm just one little guy, at least do something fun with it. That's my only rule if you happen to steal it. Which to me is a waste of time because I already gave you something you can steal. What are you, lazy? Steal the one that's easy to steal, dummy! Dummy. Where are the bangles I gave this man? Alright. I messed up his shirt. Whoops. Because he has like... I gave him like a... like a sleeves like pushed up kind of like look on the shirt. How do I kind of like, yeah, I think that I need to like give it a couple wrinkles so it kind of looks like it's like pushed up, but also needs to be a lot. I didn't push them up that much though, so I do need to show a little bit more of like that. Yeah, that's anyway. There we go. There we go. I think that's working good. I'm probably not gonna be able to finish all of this. That was hubris from me. That was Icarus. That was Icarus just possessing my body. But I'm gonna just like, I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it a night. I can absolutely clean this tomorrow. It's gonna look way better than if I push for it now. I am gonna like do a simple clean of this, and I'll do the line weight and stuff like tomorrow on my own time to finish it. To give it a bit more like expression. Honestly, that's the sad part. If I didn't choose such like, if I didn't try to make such difficult like poses, I could probably do this in like a first go. I wouldn't have to like clean and re-clean everything so much. But like, we make choices and we live with those choices. We do what we can. We love, we fight, we cry. I certainly cry. But yeah, I'm thinking about like, what am I gonna work on Wednesday? I think I'm gonna work on more assets because my partner has been like pitching stuff to me, and I kind of want to give it a shot because it looks fun. It looks fun. For some like, you know, for some YouTube assets and stuff, and like, what better time but to work on it, but like in my like, you know, my personal work stream. And I'm closer to finishing all my commissions, so I can give myself the luxury to do that, so like, yay. This would have like a thing, something, yeah, it would have something like that. Because it's a loot. It's a loot. There we go. Very loot-like. It's just simplified. Like, it doesn't need to be, it just needs to read like a loot. It might be a bit too small, but like, listen, we're doing what we can. I made his legs a bit too thick there. I need to really emphasize that skinny lanky shape. I don't need to. See, I do this to myself, but like I want to emphasize that. You know what? I need to because I want to. That's it. I don't need to explain myself. You're not my dad. Cue my dad in the chat. That would be funny, but no, he's asleep. He eepy. Like I'm gonna be in a little bit. I don't think you people understand. I wake up every day at like 7 AM. Not out of my own volition. I just have responsibilities that require me to wake up that early. I don't want to, but I have an elderly dog that requires my attention at that time. He's a good boy though, so like, he deserves it. He deserves the care, but like still. It should be a little rounder. I messed that up. There. Perfect boy titties. You can tell I'm tired. You can tell I'm tired because I'm no longer rambling about like what I think deeply about art, but I'm instead rambling about boy titties. That's really gonna bring in the views though. You know what? This didn't take that long. I can totally clean this proper. Yeah, I can totally do that. Let me just like lower the opacity of like this one, so I can like focus properly on it and how I want it to look. I'm gonna flip it. Just want to make sure everything's holding on. Yeah, it looks fine. Looks fine. I like it. I do have to actually like make that work. I kind of lost my like little messing around with the hair there, but I'm not gonna keep touching it. I think it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's good enough. It's good enough. Let's see. Well, first of all, let me duplicate this so I don't have to worry too much. And I'm going to actually fix this because it has a couple beads and I didn't make them like noticeable enough. There we go. Like another one here. There you go, that's good. See? Supposedly there's 7 people watching. I mentioned boy titties and they come running. Not my fault. I talk about art and science, everyone lives. I mentioned boy titties. I'm so tired. I'm gonna really need to push that line there to separate this. Oh man, I'm so focused on this. I can't thonk. Actually that doesn't look like a good separation because I need to separate the face a little bit more because the face is in front of it, and in front of that we have this hair. So that's the thicker one. Just a line. Just a line. There we go. think I kinda messed that up a little bit. I'll leave it like that. I don't think it's that confusing. I think it works fine. Oh, whoops. Let's just work on like a thinner. Okay, good enough. Stupid Chrome and stupid weird shirt color shoes. No one in fucking Fire Emblem can wear pants and a shirt. Got the perverts. They have to go like they're all BDSM gear. I'm losing my mind. I'm so tired and hungry. But you know what? You know what makes it worth it? I know. Sometimes you make something and you know your client is gonna go feral for it. And you know what? That does make it all worth it to an extent. It really does. It really does. There's few things better in this world than someone who is as deranged as you or more looking at something you made for them that they paid you to make for them and go there's something spiritual about that. Who am I? What am I talking about? I'm just one little guy. Just one little guy going a little insane as a treat. You know what? You know what? That's fine. Who are you to judge me? To kind of like make sure like I'm like using the line of the weight a little like proper to say something great. I kind of go far away and kind of like try to figure out if, you know, I zoom out far away. I zoom out to like make sure that things translate properly, that they look as if they're closer or farther away when I look at them. I try to kind of like figure that out, you know, and like if I see it like super far away, can I tell the separation between like the two characters, the shapes, right? And for example, that makes me realize that I have to do a little bit more here because I couldn't fully tell like his arm was there because there's a little bit of like there's a little bit of intersection there that it shouldn't be. Not intersection, I don't know what it's called, doesn't matter. Line shouldn't touch, line bad. Touch, line bad. That's what that's called. But like, yeah. To make it look like properly, like separated, I'm just gonna have to move some stuff. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. No worries, Anthony. Thank you for stopping by. I was gonna stop in a little bit, so don't worry. But like, yeah. I just want to finish cleaning this one up, and like, I'll be good. I'll go eat. But like, yeah, don't worry. I know. Times are weird. Times are weird. People have jobs. I get that. I get that. Thank you for stopping by anyways. Like, I do appreciate it. that's not, doesn't translate well because this line needs to be thin because it's farther away from the camera, from the viewer. Dumb idiot. I say to myself, the one and only dumb idiot. There we go. Oh, you're still connected? I had San Juan dinner and came back. San Juan chat, by the way. Happy San Juan. What the hell is San Juan? I don't remember. What was that? Help, Mauri, help. Help. I'm so sleepy. I'm tired. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean by San Juan? Mauri, help. But yeah, I'm still connected because I'm trying to at least finish to cleaning this one up, right? Like I'm doing God's work. Thank you for stopping by again, Mauri, by the way. I appreciate. Big preach, Mauri. I hope you enjoyed your Dean. I should just like show the soul. I think that might be fun actually. No, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit the perspective I chose. I'm an idiot. I'm a fool. Trust yourself, you dummy. You silly. If I'm not sure San Juan, you make a bonfire and jump and burn wish for next year. Oh, that's right. People do that. I've never done it. Isn't it like an Irish thing or something? Isn't it like is it like a thing? Like a thing for like people do? Like my Italian is not doing that anytime soon. And you drinking mala. Yeah, I remember now that you say about it, but now that I think about it, I don't think I've ever done it. I don't think I've ever been invited. No one likes me that much. I cry. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I've never done. It was never a big one in my family, I don't think. Galician, that's it. That's why I've never done it. That's right. I forget that you because of your last name, I forget that you have a big Spanish like chunk of your family. That makes a lot of sense. Because like gallego. But that does make a lot of sense. It does make a lot of sense that like that's why I've never seen it. My little Italian family full of Italians has never even mentioned that. Can you tell the difference between the two characters? Yes, you can. Good. I just gotta clean him up a little bit more. So he looks closer to the camera than his boyfriend. His boyfriend, Fat and Hot Chrome. What a delight. What a delight to get sometimes like a... Every now and then you get something that you really want to draw. What a delight. Now we do the little shading and I'm almost done and I can go eat. I can go eat food. I can go eat food like the person that I am. Separate the ones ones in the background, the ones in the front. Yes, it's all coming. It's according to Keikaku. Just a little alien guy doing the best. And you know what? My best is paying off. It looks not great, but you know what? I can tell what it is. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. Sometimes I'm just fine with it. I'm just fine with it. It looks fine. It looks fine. Okay, I think this one is the harder one to clean up, so I can do the rest myself, like, tomorrow on my own time. Like a good little guy. Like a good little alien guy that I am. With my alien time. Listen, I'm so hungry. I'm starving. I'm wasting away. You're seeing me die. But whatever. It's almost done. It's pretty much done, actually. Like, if I add something else, it's probably gonna be like some dumb detail, like, later on, so it's fine. It's fine. I just need to clean everything up and, like, paint it. And again, I think this one was the harder one to clean up, so I'm not too worried about the rest. Yeah, this works. It works okay. I think I'm gonna flip it for the final piece because I like how it looks, like, on the other, like, flipped better. It looks fine both ways, right? Like, it's fine. It's not too messed up, but I do like it a little better. This other way. I do need to fix that knee. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot and a fool in my hubris. My hubris. This needs to, like, go more like that. Because, like, yeah, it needs to follow this. I'm just dumb and forgot. Like, yeah, I think that's okay. I just wanted to do that so I don't forget when I fully clean it tomorrow. I think it's good. Yeah, I think it's good. I think we're good. We're good. We're good. I can go live my life. Be the person I'm supposed to be. The little man I was always supposed to be. Oh no, I messed this up. Oh no. Other than that, I think it's fine. But yeah, time to go be the person I am supposed to be. Alien need good meal. Indeed, I sure do, baby. I sure do. Anyway, let's move me to have a proper bye-bye. Nah, proper little guy goodbye. A proper... Ah! I'm so tiny, I'm so small. I'm so big! There. Go consume calories. I sure will, don't worry. There you go. Now I can give you all, like, a proper bye. proper good bye. I'll see you dorks around. Thank you so much for stopping by. Ah! There. Just like, there you go. Thank you so much for stopping by, everyone. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the company that you kept me. I really appreciate the time that you spent here. I really appreciate... You didn't leave me alone with my own thoughts. While working on this, because I was starting to go a little insane. Just a little bit. A little bit. But yeah, I hope everyone has a good night. I'll see you on Wednesday if you want to come by. I'm gonna be working on some personal projects and stuff as usual. Probably some asset stuff. And yeah, I hope everyone has a good week. Let's go start the week properly, boys. Do your best. And I'll see you around, boys. Bye. 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 And one more for the road. Bye. Well, I tried to disconnect everything. Oyasumi.
Oyasumi nasai. Oyasumi.
Bye. 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 I tried to disconnect this. Hang on. I'm trying. Get out of my ship.